introduce you one of the staff members. I have Thomas Akris. Can you please stand, Thomas? He's our new deputy executive secretary. He just joined us this week, and I'd like to welcome Thomas to the meeting. Also, I'd like to introduce our chief inspector, who's been at a couple of our meetings. This is Chief Inspector Sheldon Jones Jr. He's in the orange over here, and I just wanted to both acknowledge him at the meeting today. If you're ready, sir, I can read the first
Well, I
case.
just wanted to add one to it. Mr. Harris is a former prosecutor for many years in both the juvenile court and housing court. And Sheldon Jones is a former sergeant in the Baltimore City Police Department, including the homicide squad as well as other squads, including the vice squad. So he has great experience, both of them, and he feels that they'll now be operating here, which means that I don't have to be the prosecutor anymore for the violations. I'll get the councilman to come in and substitute it there.
Your Honor.
All right, call the first case.
No problem. Good morning. This is Rupert Lutel, Sheknar Karki, and Richard Graton, BSNR LLC, Waverly Tavern, 3801 Old York Road. This is a Class BD7, beer, wine, and liquor, an application for transfer of ownership.
For the record, Mr. Chairman, good morning. Frank Boozer on behalf of
think that's the
BSNR
extra one for
LLC.
us.
All three licensees present with me this morning. Good morning.
Okay, you gonna have any witnesses testify?
Briefly.
Swear the witnesses, please.
Raise your right hand.
Raise your right hands, please. Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right. I'd be glad to hear from you, counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, this is for transfer of a BD7 Class liquor license 3801 Old York Road, Waverly Tavern. The three gentlemen are going into their first business venture of their lifetimes. It's a joining of abilities and powers. I think could be a great opportunity for them. They plan to run it exactly the same manner as it's been ran before. No real substantive changes whatsoever. At my behest, I put them in touch with Councilman Kern, and we also met with Councilman Bill Henry last Monday. I believe, and when I spoke to Michelle yesterday, I sent over a lengthy thread of emails between myself and Mr. Henry's office, which included Community Association approval for them. If I may ask a few questions of my clients, and then if you have any follow-up. Thank you. Sir, state your name for the record.
Come
Your
over
name
to
for the record.
come over to the mic.
Yeah, I'm Sakar Karki.
Okay.
How do you spell your last name?
Yeah, Karki.
And your first name is Shekhar?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Kark, am I correct in saying that this will be a joint business venture between you and the two other licensees?
Yes, sir.
Again, you'll be working, the three of you, 7 days a week together at this operation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been transferring, I guess, information with Mr. Paul, who's the current owner. You've been working with him in the past couple of weeks, really learning to know the business. Everything going well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What would be your hours of operation of the BD7 license?
Yeah, it will be from 10 to 2,
Okay.
7 days a week.
Okay, 10 a.m.
10 a.m. to 2
2
a.m.
a.m., 7 days a week. I know it's very important to the board. There's a community in that area. In the event of underage drinking, how do you propose to stop any underage drinking or service to underage persons at that premises?
Under that premise, we'll run the ID scanner for every customers for both on-sale and off-sale of the good area. And we are also planning to buy the scanner, ID scanner, to make sure every IDs are valid and state IDs.
Very good. And the last question I'll ask of you gentlemen is we filled out this beverage application. Look at the date, September 24th. Everything's still true and correct as to your knowledge since the day we filled it out as it is today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you work with the community? You've already met with Patricia, is that correct? And you guys seem to be getting along quite well. Let's take your touch also with Mr. Bill Henry's office. Chairman,
Any-
that's all the questions I have.
Any questions, commissioners?
None.
Yes, what hours will the tavern be open?
It will be open from 10 to 2 in the morning.
So the tavern area will be open at the same time that you're doing package sales?
Yes.
And you understand the legal requirements of that?
In light of, if I may, in light of the violations that are on that board this afternoon, I took a look at those with these gentlemen and said many of these
I need
violations.
him to answer whether he
Okay.
understands the legal requirements of that.
Yeah.
Answer?
The on-sale area and the off-sale area opens at the same time, and they both go together.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you for me.
Go ahead, call your next witness.
That'll be our last witness.
All right. Any, nothing else? Ready for decision. Anybody else have anything before I make a decision? Vote yes.
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 You have our decision.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you.
Okay,
Best
thank
of luck to you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Chairman, then,
Councilman.
That's all.
Always a pleasure to see you, Mr. Curran, Councilman Curran. Oh, that's right. Yes.
Call the next case.
Chairman, the next item at 55406 York Road was withdrawn by the applicant. The following case at 1615 Eastern Avenue, there's been a request for postponement, but this will be brought back to the board on December the 11th. The following case at 162 North Elwood is
Wait a
all.
minute, on Eastern Avenue.
On Eastern Avenue, yes.
That's where we are now, right?
Yes, that one has been postponed and it will be brought back to you on December 11th.
All right, and why was it postponed?
Because the licensee could not be here, and also they needed to also hire an attorney because this is a complicated matter.
All right, as I said before, I want these postponement requests brought before me.
Yes, sir, and I understand that.
Okay. So we will postpone this case.
Okay. And then the next one at
Excuse me, just shoot that
Oh,
over.
sure.
At 162 North Elwood, this matter.
I have Broadway next.
Yeah, that's the one, you've given this to me already, sir, but I just wanted to read for the record that 162 North Elwood is also being postponed because of a zoning matter, because it has gone before the zoning board and has also been.
Well, we haven't got to that yet. Elwood. And the way you have them here is 505 South Broadway is the next one.
So the next one I have is Yenna Silver and Thomas Hambrick, Carolina's Tex-Mex LLC, trade name Carolina's Tex-Mex. This is located at 505 South Broadway. This is a Class B beer wine license to add a request for outdoor table service, live entertainment, and to remove restrictions regarding the no bar information that is on their license.
Counsel?
For the record, Mullen J. Kadensky, 19 East Fayette Street, representing the applicants. As the board remembers, this case was before the board about having a bar. There was a restriction with the bar. We filed to request to remove the restriction on the bar. They met with the community, have entered into a memorandum of understanding, which I think the executive secretary is now handing to you, Mr. Chairman. They met with Ms. Massapus and have agreed to this memorandum of understanding, and they also have gotten a letter from their contractor about soundproofing. I will submit this. If that'll be one, I'll make this number 2.
Okay, 1 and 2.
Okay.
Let me pass them over here. I got it.
She's going to mark it.
Okay.
They have been to zoning. They have got approval for the outdoor table service and for the live entertainment. And along with that, which is highly unusual at this point, this Miss Massapus would ask me to make this on her behalf, but I'll do it. She says, please ask her attorney, which is me, to share with the board that from our point of view, you have not been presenting any problems in the community, that you have been cooperative with us throughout the MOU. The residents, Lieutenant Colburn, have spoke highly of your restaurant, and then we hope that you'll continue to be a good neighborhood business. I'll make this for the record because I usually don't get these from Miss Massapus.
Okay, 3.
Did you make a copy
I got
and
it.
frame it?
I got to
before
shoot
you,
it.
I-
All right. Okay.
He's good?
So that one,
Are
based,
you going to have any witnesses?
I will, based on what we have here, I think we'd ask the board, since they met with everybody,
I think the
to,
board probably remembers this case. I'm curious, did you take the seats out yet?
the
Did you
seats
have
were
to put it back?
removed, and they put up plywood up on the one side, made service bar, now they'll take the plywood down, put the seats back.
All right, any questions, Commissioners?
No questions.
Ready for decision? I vote yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
You have our decision, sir.
Okay, thank you very
Best of luck. Thank you for all that you did to fix it. It's wonderful. It's very good.
All right, call the next case.
Well, next case is Jose Hernandez, trade name Las Marias Restaurant. That's at 40 Streeter Street. This is a Class D beer, wine, and liquor license. This is a request for a hardship of extension under Article 2B, Section 10504D. Chairman, do you mind if I?
Wait a minute, where is everybody?
much. check, make sure there was some people out there for you.
Yes.
We don't have anyone.
They were notified?
Yes, they were, sir. He specifically requested this.
We're gonna have a hearing anyway, but I like,
They ought to be here, especially if they're in the hallway. They should come on in. I think they might be in the hallway. No?
all right, thank you. All right, we'll go forward with the hearing. The licensee is not present. Our new ruling about licensees must be present unless they have some very good reason for postponements, which will be examined closely at all hearings involving their business establishments by the 15th of January, which this goes into effect, this ruling. Everybody, I know my fellow commissioners have been very much in favor of this. The fact that licensees, I remember in one case were in Florida, while the local operators were here by themselves. Anyway, with respect to this one, I think the question is, why don't you give us a statement, Michelle, concerning the toll periods of the mistake by staff, which gives them a credit, which extends the toll period, extends the period with respect to the 180-day rule for which they've requested.
Yes, sir. On August 15th, which was a Friday, the licensee came into our office and was told by a staff member that that the matter that was looked at on June 26th had been denied by the board. The licensee argued with the staff member and said he knows that it was approved. On that day, we requested a copy of the transcript. That transcript came later in the month of September. On Monday, September 29th, I personally met with the licensee and had a copy and provided him a copy of the transcript, which did prove that he had a hardship extension that was good until the end of December 2014. I believe that there was a 45-day period, tolling period, that has then occurred because when he came in August, he had a deal for another location that he could have moved to, and he was unable to act on that because of the information given to him by staff. So I'm therefore requesting that the tolling period should have began August 15th, 2014, and then should cease on the day that the information was corrected, which would have been September 29th, 2014, which would then give him approximately 45 days of a tolling period, which would then extend that license tolling period until February of 2015.
Do the commissioners have any questions of Michelle?
No, I don't.
Now, the bottom line is that he's okay until the February 20th if we approve the extension requested, and I vote yes.
I vote yes.
All right, and then Michelle, you'll have to notify him.
Yes, sir.
All right, call the next case.
Peter Yaffe, Food Life Restaurant, Baltimore LLC. This is 1200 Stewart Street, C1B. This is a Class D beer, wine, and liquor license, and this is a review of a transfer pending more than 180 days.
For the record, Melvin J. Kanansky representing the applicant licensee in the case. Briefly to bring the board up to date, this is a project that was put in Silo Point, and license was bought to be moved from the Bagby building in Alpha Little Italy. Mr. Turner is the son of Patrick Turner, who built the project, and I'll let him explain to you what has happened since that time. Apparently, the applicant who was in there has walked on the project. We filed an amended application probably in the beginning of the week. I'm sure Madam Executive Secretary, I think we filed it, was it Friday or Monday? I can't remember what day it was. I mean, I could tell
It
you.
was Tuesday, the 18th.
Tuesday.
Well, the application for transfer has been pending for more than 180 days.
Correct.
Hmm?
That's
Yes.
correct.
And he received a hardship extension last year.
But that's a misnomer, because hardships are only related to 10504. This is a 10503 matter, and for some reason, the wording always says hardship, but a 10503 is, hardship extensions are only under 10504.
Okay, well, go ahead.
All right, you want to give your name and address for the record,
Swear the
please?
witness.
My name is Eric Turner. I'm one of
Well,
the...
he wants to swear you in first.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give
All right, state your name and address for the record, please.
Eric Turner, 1900 Ames Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21233.
All right, and then explain to the board, you and your dad developed this project, is that correct? And then what has transpired in the interim?
Correct. We really developed this side of plan. We've been working on this for a number of years. It's a big, large condominium project at this point. One of the last pieces of the project was the retail spaces, being this upscale grocer deli space here. As Mel said, last year, we did receive an extension. At that time, we tried to work with the tenant we were acting as the landlord. We tried to work with the tenant to reestablish the space. He came with financial problems, and I tried to work with them, try to get the space back and undercapitalized and built. In March of this year, we realized that this was not going to be able to move forward with him due to his financial reasons, and we immediately started the eviction process. If any of you know how the eviction process works, it's a pretty drawn-out, lengthy process. He wasn't very cooperative, the tenant. We had our full team of lawyers go at this and go at him as hard as we could. We served him notice, we served him papers. He no-showed in court 3 times. So we spent the summer dealing with that. Last month in October, he finally started responding to us, and we came to a settlement agreement at the end of last month. And
Well,
that,
in other words, when was the last time it operated?
It has never operated
It's never
there.
operated.
Never operated. Okay.
So last month, we finally came to a resolution with the tenant. He finally started responding after multiple attempts with court, and we finally were able to physically take back the space from the tenant back to us. Now we're in the process. Once we took back the space, we immediately have CBRE, CB Richard Ellis, to remarket the space and to find a new tenant so we can get this place open and get this place going.
Looks to me like you're outside of the 180-day rule.
Well, we've been trying, and this wasn't all of, we've gone through the system. If he was much more cooperative in March when we started this process, we had no show tenant. We've served him papers multiple times and went to court with this guy. We spent a significant amount of money in attorney fees, and the space is halfway built out. We were literally 2 weeks away from our final permits and final inspections to get this place open, and when he walked on the job. And, it was, as I said, significant. We put about $300,000-$400,000 in the space to get to where we are today. And we are actively looking for another tenant to get back in there and to get this place open. So, but we couldn't do that till we evicted the tenant to allow that to happen.
Any more questions?
And no more questions. This transfer of this license was brought about by legislation that had to be filed by Senator Ferguson, so to be able to move this license into this was a restricted area, the Silo Point, and that was one of the holdups. Was once that passed, this license then was moved from Bagby's. This is a license transfer still
What were
pending.
the dates? What were Senator Ferguson's bill?
It's probably in 2011 or 12. 2012 when it was finally passed by the legislature, because that was a restricted area.
It was a PUD, it was a planned urban development site, so it was a new project.
All right, questions, Commissioners?
Who is Peter Yaffe?
He was the tenant that we were working with. And he's the one that we had some issues with.
And who applied to move the license? Was it Peter Yaffe that made the
Originally.
application?
Correct.
Yes.
And what is your interest in the
He's
license?
filed the amended application for him to transfer the license to him now.
We need to keep the license so we can get a new tenant to the space.
And it's a grocery store?
It's a grocer slash deli, meaning, and that's, I use that term loosely. Have you ever been to like a Tina DeLuca, like in Georgetown, or?
Oh, like in Manhattan?
Yes. You just
Yeah.
walk in, you have your breads, your cheeses, your wines, and your fresh prepared produce. You kind of grab and go items, things like that. It's when I say grocery deli, it's a pretty significant high-end grocery deli.
So it's more of a food emporium?
Correct, like cheeses, breads, things like that, flours, fresh flours, milks, things like that. It's at the, and I said, it's at the Solid Point project, so I don't know if you guys have ever been there, it's a pretty nice.
I know your father, and your
Okay.
mother, and I have a lot of friends that live at Silo Point, and a lot of people that drink at Silo Point.
Hopefully they'll come down to this place.
It's a known entity. I guess I just don't understand the relationships. That's what's got me a little. Peter Yaffe, he owns the license now, is that?
It's pending transfer
from
from the Bagby people.
Bagby's to Peter Yaffe
Who
to
then-
use at Silo Point.
Now
It's
he's-
been pending for some years.
Yeah, he's out, and it's now there's an amended application put in to transfer it to Mr. Turner. from the same
Okay,
Bagby
'cause
people.
I don't have the amended I don't have the
Amended?
amended application.
Maybe I'm a little slow here. Tell me why this license is dead.
Well, because it's a pending transfer.
And that does what? You pay the transfer. you does what?
It takes it out of 10504.
I don't have my, you got the rules with you?
It's right there.
Do you mean find it? for
Ten,
you?
you wanted to say it's 10503, is that what you
Well,
said?
10503 is a pending application. 10504 says, and I'll,
10504D2, 180 days after the holder of any license issued under the provisions has closed the business or ceased active. Is that what you're referring
Yeah,
to,
unless-
10504?
yeah, unless an application is pending under 10503D or 10506. 10506 is the death of a
Yeah, that
licensee.
doesn't apply.
10503 is an application that's pending.
What do we do with 10503D4, which says a transfer of any license shall be completed not more than 180 days after the board approves the transfer?
It's not a mandatory.
Well, but it is
Would ask for an
mandatory.
extension. Well, not in the Wolford
According,
case.
according to the Attorney General's opinion,
Let me just say, we have an opinion from the Attorney General or is an advice of counsel letter.
I read
There's
it,
two
I
different
read it
things.
as an opinion from the Attorney General that
Because
that
if
language
the
is
Wolford case went
mandatory.
down to the Court of Appeals, it said that it's not mandatory. If the board would want, I'll submit the copy of the Wolford case. It's an Anne Arundel County case.
As if the opinion that I read is mandatory, as I recall.
Yeah,
And it was, I don't think the opinion was written by counsel for the liquor board, though.
well, it's not written by counsel for the liquor board, it's written by the Office of the Attorney General, which is the attorney for the whole state.
Yeah, my understanding is an AG is appointed for the liquor board. And that's the one who relied on for the opinion or the letters of counsel. There's other AGs that aren't assigned to the liquor board.
It was written by Catherine Rowe, Assistant Attorney General, June 18, 2013. And I think that's pretty strong.
And then it goes against the case law, and then this might be another case going to go to Court of Appeals.
Might well be.
This whole area has to be looked at again by the legislature, but we're obligated to carry out the law as it is. Any more commissioners? Any more questions, Commissioner?
For me, and we are looking for just 180 days. We just got the space back from the tenant last month, through a long process. And we actively have it, and we're speaking with multiple groups to get this place leased up and to find a new tenant right away. And I showed the place 3 times last week with our brokers, and we just need to, the space, like I said, is halfway built out. We were 2 weeks away from getting it closed up and getting ready for opening. And we just need to get a new good tenant in there for the project and to move forward, so.
Any more questions?
No.
Vote no.
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 And would the board consider, if I read that opinion along with the Wolford case, I'll file a motion for reconsideration, trying to explain.
You may,
Well, I'll file it in one way or the other. You'll tell me whether you're going to take it or not.
Yeah.
Okay?
fine,
All right, thank you.
okay. All right, you have our decision. Call the next case.
Chairman, there's one cases for the 11 o'clock.
Gosh, can we get
What
anybody
did she
here
say?
early? We are done for
You're done for 11 a.m.
Or, I have another, in other words, this next case is in the
Oh.
afternoon?
There was,
We're to North Avenue.
Yes, that's a violation, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll stand in recess until 1 o'clock.
is this, am I to keep this?
You can keep that, that was from the, just usually,
Uh,
we usually provide the last time they were here, and that was the last time they were here, that's the decision.
Okay. All right. Yeah, yeah.
Chairman, are you ready for the first case?
Call the first case.
Okay. Mi-Young Farley and Brian Knight, AZ Plus Inc., trade name Cocky Lou's, 2101-03 North Avenue. This is a Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor, a violation of Rule 503A, which is the Class BD7 license.
Counsel?
Brian Knight.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Thomas Hack.
I'll call your case.
I believe, Madam Secretary, you've already called the case.
Yes, I have. This is a violation of the BD7 rule.
All right, present your,
Thomas Akris on behalf of Liquor Board, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Your Honor, first, we'd like to make a motion to introduce the file into evidence. I believe we have the file present,
Mhm.
and there are also exhibits in that file. Making a motion to introduce those as well.
All right, collectively, Exhibit 1, introduce it. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have my first witness. May I call him?
Call the witness.
Your Honor, calling
Oh,
Detective.
swear them in.
Please swear the witnesses real quick. Raise
Swear
your
the
hand,
witnesses,
please.
yeah.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your Honor, calling my witness, Detective Akawande. Detective Akawande, can you please state who you work for?
Detective Akiwande, I work for the Baltimore City Police Department and the Vice Unit.
How many years have you worked with the Baltimore City Police Department?
7 years completed.
And what are your duties with the Vice Unit?
Well, we, as a member of the Vice Units, we do liquor establishment checks. We basically lunch investigations on underage violations or any type of violations that have to do with liquor licenses within our unit.
Uh,
Or prostitution.
As an officer with this unit, did you happen to be working on October 16th, 2014,
Yes, I was.
in discharge of your duties as a detective with the Vice Squad?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion to visit a establishment called Cocky Lou's at 2101 East North Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And in what city and state is that located in?
Baltimore City, state of Maryland.
And could you please inform the board what, if anything, occurred, what were you doing on that date when you visited Cocky Lou's?
On that date, I was working with two other detectives in an undercover capacity. I was in an undercover capacity. The two detectives were basically supporting me to launch an LBD-7 investigation. We're doing a check on bars and establishments that were operating as a bar, were supposed to operate as a bar, but were operating as just a packaged goods. Usually, they do not allow patrons to go into the bar area. They just sell packaged goods. That day, I entered Cocky Lou's and attempted to enter the bar area as a patron. At that time, the clerk told me that the bar was closed, and the reason why I asked why the bar was closed, why I could not gain entry, they let me know that the bartender was sick on that day.
Okay. And, Your Honor, I would just ask that I believe there are two pieces of evidence in there in the file that's before you, the copy of the police report and also photos of items that were taken by a detective working in the squad. So when you were denied access, what, if anything, did you do?
As soon as I was denied access, I left the location and called Detective Greenhill to notify him that I was denied access to the bar area. At that time, Detective Greenhill and Detective Gatto entered. I gave them a description of who denied me access, and at that time, Detective Greenhill and Detective Gatto entered the establishment to identify and notify the owner of the establishment, or the person who was in charge of the establishment, of the violation, the LBD-7 violation that they just committed.
Were you present when that communication was made between Detective Greenhill and the operator of the bar?
No, I was not.
Okay, all right. Detective Greenhill? No, Your Honor, no further questions for this witness.
Any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Officer, what actually did you ask the attendant at the bar when you came in?
And your name, sir?
Brian Knight. What actually did you ask the staff member when you came into the bar the first time?
Is the bar open?
His response was,
No, it's not.
but you added something else to that. You said that the,
I asked him again, why is it not open?
and his response was?
The bartender is sick, the bar is closed.
No, what, hang on, no, hang on.
We'll get to it.
Excuse me, sir.
Did you observe any loitering, any alcohol consumption around the bar?
I was not allowed to gain access to the bar area.
I mean, outside of it, when you approached the bar, did you see anybody drinking anything, have any bottles, somebody consuming alcohol as you approached the establishment?
I didn't gain access to that area. That area was blocked out to me.
Outside, I'm talking about the outside area.
Outside the location, there was nobody drinking outside.
Any other questions? No question? All right, commissioners' questions?
No questions?
Next witness, if any.
Your Honor, I'm just going to be calling Detective Greenhill.
He
Come
needs
over,
to be
sir.
sworn in. He needs to be-
Have you been sworn, sir?
No, sir.
Swear the witness.
Raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Detective Greenhill, could you please state your name and rank, Baltimore City Police Department?
Detective L.C. Greenhill, Baltimore City Police Department, Vice Unit.
How long have you been working with the Vice Unit?
10 years.
Okay, and working with the Vice Unit, did you happen to be working with Detective Akawande on October 16, 2014?
Yes, sir.
And approximately 11:15 p.m., were you aware that Mr. Detective Akawande entered into the facility to conduct a BD7 check?
That's correct.
Okay, when were you called to that, or when were you called to the scene?
As soon as he came back out and got back in the car, basically being refused service.
I should back up for a second. This was at Cocky Lou's, correct? Located at 2101 East North Avenue.
Correct.
Okay, and when you entered into Cocky Lou's, did you make contact with anyone?
Made contact with the person working behind the bar.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you ask him?
Basically asked him, need to see his liquor license, and then went on to say why wasn't the bar open.
Now, did you take any pictures at the time?
The pictures, these pictures of a different bar, so no, not of that particular bar.
Court's indulgence. Your Honor, I'd move to strike those pictures that were introduced into evidence, Your Honor. I was informed that they were pictures from Cocky Lou's. So I'll move to strike,
Granted.
the evidence for the city's exhibit number 2. No further questions for this
Do you have any
witness.
questions?
When you came back and entered the bar, did you actually go through the packaged goods and go into the tavern, or were you buzzed into the tavern? How did you observe there was nobody in the back of the bar?
Well, I went through the packaged goods.
Okay.
All right, any commissioners' questions?
No questions.
Can we just have one more question, Your Honor?
Yes, certainly.
Could, if you could just describe to the board what the bar looked like when you walked in?
Once I entered through the packaged good and got the liquor license, I did walk through the bar side. The bar was completely empty.
Okay. Was anybody there attending, serving any alcohol?
There was no bartender,
Okay. No patrons?
no patrons.
Okay. Your Honor, no further questions.
All right, any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir. Now, do you want to testify?
No, I actually like to ask my witnesses some questions.
All right, certainly. Go ahead, present your case.
Okay. When the officer,
You first get the name.
how do you pronounce your name? Give me a second.
Dion Freely, who is,
Well, I was talking, speaking to John G.
John G.
John G.
All right, sir. You are John G.?
Yeah.
Come over to the microphone. Go ahead, ask him his question.
When the officer came in, how long had you worked there? Were you there more than a week as an employee?
No, just a week. 10 people, I mean, not over 10 days, I think. October 10 something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you aware that as part of your responsibility is to actually serve individuals at the tavern and work the packaged goods?
I don't understand what you mean. Yeah, yeah.
Your Honor,
Yeah, we need-
I just,
You-
One at a time, one at a time.
Yes, yes.
At any time during that first week of you being at the bar, did you actually serve anybody in the tavern?
Yes.
And the first person that came in that we later now identified as an officer, he didn't have a uniform on and
Yes.
did, when the officer asked you, was the bar, was the bar open, what was your answer?
Yes, I say yes. But I say bartender sick because they gonna be weird at the world 10 o'clock, not that night, 10 o'clock, and they're gonna sick, he's gonna be back. So some one guy came the package good area, they say bar open, I say yes. But bartender sick, I said he be right back. So people, they left, just left, and then the couple minutes later, the two police, the uniform police came in here. The bartender opened. They tell me like open the door. So like this, they came in here, just writing down for the license, something like this, like that. That's what. At that time, I called bartender. You okay? He said yeah. He be back. He be a minute, and he just left. The police just left. That's it. So yes, he right away the bar because he bartender with the owner. And then he gonna be close, we close, and then he gonna count money. He automatic coming back. You know what I mean, sir? They because they package good. They close 2 o'clock. And coming back, and he gonna be, you know how much like that. And he automatic coming back. They say anyway we open every day, every night. That's it.
Okay. Mi Young.
Wait a minute.
Wait,
couple questions.
sorry.
Okay.
Sir?
Yeah.
You stated that you work at the bar as both bartender and server, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you do it at the same time, correct?
No, I got, I work that time because no bartender there. So somebody came and then I gotta open it. So sometimes he gonna be hungry some, and sometimes you know so he gonna pick up the food, like food restaurant some, and carry out some. We carry. At that time it's empty. It's a bar because bar is slow.
So you work, just simple question, you work as the bartender and server, correct?
Sometimes,
So
sir. Sometimes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, were you working as the bartender and server that day?
No.
No or yes? Were you working as the bartender and server on October 16, 2014?
No, our package some our package area.
So you were not working as the bartender, and the bartender wasn't there?
But that time, yeah, that time so they gonna sick. They gonna be.
So the bartender wasn't
Pick up the
there,
medicine. Yeah.
bartender was sick,
Yeah.
and you were only managing and manning the packaged goods side?
Yes, sir.
And that was the side that was open?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Any other witnesses? Commissioner, questions?
Hopefully we didn't do
No
that.
questions.
Yeah.
Any other witnesses?
No.
All right.
We didn't, no.
Pardon? Now, how long is where's the owner of the bar? Not here?
Mi Young.
You're the owner.
Yeah,
How long have you been in business there?
this 4 years.
4 years?
Yeah.
Mhm, all right.
1 year only somebody name only I think 3 years. No, November 1st, yeah, 3 years.
So since you've been in business, you've had, with respect to your past violations, had at least 3 that you've been
Yeah,
found,
3.
3 for serving a minor? What was it for reason?
That was another.
Serving a
It's only,
minor on 3 of them, right?
Yeah, this guy not here now.
Mhm. Yeah, I have 11, I have 6, 9, 11, 7, 29, 11, and 4, 10, 14. That's all I have.
Yes.
All right, sir, this is your opportunity to tell us with respect to argument, if you have any.
Well, I think that the officer, when he asked the question about is the bar open, and the Mr. G actually responded by telling them that the bartender was out sick. He misinterpreted it as because the bartender was not there, that the rest of the tavern was also not open. I know when the prosecuting attorney just asked the gentleman about the tavern and what part of the packages, I think his answer was not what we understood as how we operate that facility. Both Mi Young and Mr. G also work both areas while they're working there. And because we wanted to contend that the bar was open, we actually had several patrons give their telephone numbers and addresses so that the liquor board could actually contact them and verify that we do have the tavern open. If I may introduce that list.
Show it to him. These are copies?
Yes.
These are all the same person?
Yeah, no, it's two people. We have two patrons.
Go ahead, sir. Anything else?
No.
Yeah, I think the cross is very clear. The witness for licensee side stated that when he works, there is a bartender and a server. And he specifically stated in his cross that the bartender, and those are the two separate individuals that man those two separate sides of the bar. And he was managing the packaged goods side, and the tavern side was closed because the bartender was sick. He said it. It corroborates what the officers stated when they went in, and they think that he was sick, and that the tavern area was closed. Your Honor, arrest.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Knight, are you on the license?
Yes.
How often are you at the establishment?
I usually stop through there at least once a month and talk to Mi Young or her husband at least every other week.
Did you hire Mr. G, or did Mi Young make that hire?
Mi Young.
Because you didn't seem to know, you don't seem to know him. Have you met him
he-
before today?
I met him at the bar. He's only been there less than 30 days, and I think I've talked to him maybe twice.
Okay, that's it, thank you.
We're ready for decision. The question in this case again comes up with respect to the same type of activity we find frequently in Baltimore City with respect to bars, and that is that the packaged liquor store seems to be the main source of income, and the bars either sometimes closed or frequently closed or closed altogether. In this case, it seems to be, the evidence is clear that at the time of the police arrival and questioning of the bartender, that the bar was closed. And so there's no question that I find that the charge is sustained. Now, with respect to punishment, they have three serious charges here in the past from 2011 to 2014 for serving a minor. And so with respect to that, I take that into consideration, and I believe that we have to remind these licensees to comply with the law at all times, and therefore I find that the bar should be closed for 2 days, beginning immediately, and a fine of $1,000. How much time do you need to pay it?
Give us a couple,
I think
2 weeks?
2 weeks?
Yeah.
Fine. Commissioners?
Yeah.
I agree with the finding of responsibility, but this is the second time that they were fined for failing to operate as a tavern.
Is that right? I didn't see
It
it.
appears that on.
Where was the other one?
This is the July 28, 2011 hearing. They were charged with gambling. All this occurred on February 3, 2011. It was gambling, failure to operate as a tavern, and sales to a minor. The gambling charge was dismissed, and they were found responsible on the others. And given a fine of $3,000.
I missed that.
So because they were previously found to not be operating as a tavern, I believe that the suspension should be at least 1 week.
Okay, so 1 week and you're fine, if any.
I would impose a fine. I would impose a $4,000 fine.
All right, Commissioner?
I see some of what you just read off, but I believe that particular charge was dismissed, failing to act as a tavern, so I won't incorporate that in my decision. But I do believe that, because of the other violations, their failure to want to follow the rules and regs that governs how you should operate as a tavern, a BD7 tavern, I feel that something substantial is needed. The $1,000 fine is agreeable, but I believe that it should be closed down for at least a week. So we need to get together and see how we're gonna put this in one package.
All right, let me start. I can agree to the closing for 1 week and the $1,000 fine. So I'm agreeing with you,
You know, Julie?
and the
All
chairman
right, so we
joins.
have that. You understand the decision, sir?
Yes.
Close with 1 week immediately, and a $1,000 fine to be paid in 2 weeks.
And the record should reflect, they were found guilty of the prior charge of not operating as a tavern, but they were only fined $100.
All right, that, you have our decision, thank you. Call the next case.
Utah Sim, Do Johan, and that's Edmondson Group LLC. That is the Uptown Bar at 1901 Edmondson Avenue. It's a Class BD7. You're one
Just a
of-
minute, wait a minute, whoa, it's gotta come over here, sir. All right, excuse me for interrupting, go ahead.
This is
Go ahead, sir,
This is
ma'am.
again a Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor, a violation of Rule 503A for a Class BD7. This occurred on October 17th, 2014, when the police officer was receiving service at a bar. I'll let Mr. Akris continue.
Any appearance, counsel?
For the record, Melvin J. Kadensky, 19 East Fayette Street, representing the licensing.
For the record, Thomas Akris on behalf of
All
all.
right, present your case,
May I call my first witness?
certainly.
Yes. Call Detective Akwande to stand. And Your Honor, just for brevity's sake, can we state that Akwande is in the Vice Squad, has been working for 7 years, he's still under oath from testimony from the previous case, or do we need to take new testimony for that?
I don't object to that.
He wants to re-swear.
I'm gonna have everybody sworn first.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Swear the witnesses.
Wait, raise your hands.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, the qualifications of the detective are admitted, go ahead, sir.
Detective Akwande, were you working on October 17, 2014, approximately 10:30 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was working with Detective Gatto and Detective Greenhill in an undercover capacity to do LBD7 checks.
And did you have an opportunity to visit location known as Uptown Bar located at 1901 Edmondson Avenue to conduct a BD7 investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what city and state is that located in?
Baltimore City, State of Maryland.
And what, if anything, did you do when you entered into the establishment at 1901 Edmondson Avenue?
When I entered the establishment, I waited my turn to get to one of the clerks. As soon as I got to one of them, I asked if I could use the bar area. At that time, I was told that the bar is not open because there's no bartender.
Mhm. Do you see any of the clerks that may have served you that day present here? If not, that's fine. Do you?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point them out to the board?
I don't remember which one exactly told me.
Were they both present there?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And so, when you had that conversation, you asked again, what did you specifically ask?
If the bar is open,
And what did they say?
there's no bartender. No, the bar is closed. There's no bartender.
Okay, and then what did you do after that?
At that time, I left the location and
notified Detective Gatto and Detective Greenhill that I was denied access to the bar area. I wasn't let through the threshold. I gave a full description of who didn't allow me in, and at that time, Detective Gatto and Detective Greenhill entered the location to identify all the workers and get the information that they needed, and also to advise them that they had just violated
Well, I'm going to object. I think that Greenhill can testify for what he has to. My objection is that that's not firsthand information from this, from the detective.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And just one more quick question. When you entered the bar, if you could describe to the board what the bar looked like. Was the bar and tavern or packaged goods area separated?
Yes, they were separated. There's a packaged good area once you walk in, and there's a door that leads to the bar area.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't try that door. I just asked if I could use the bar area.
Okay. And then after you left, you radioed whom?
I called Detective Greenhill to let him know that I was denied access to the bar area.
Did you ever re-enter the bar with the detectives?
No, I did not.
Okay. No further questions for this witness now.
Cross.
When you entered the bar area, the establishment, excuse me, you said that you asked whether or not you could enter the bar, or were you asked whether the bar was open?
I asked if I can use the bar.
Is that not, why is that not in your report?
I did not write that report.
So this report that here is accurate or is not accurate?
It is accurate.
All right, so it doesn't have, if I show it to you, it doesn't say that in there. You want to take a look?
It's almost verbatim.
He didn't write it, I'm just asking if it's accurate or not.
It's accurate.
Okay, so you said, you asked if the bar was open. Why can't you have 2 or 3 people pointing here? I'm just wondering, can I just ask you?
It's okay. It's okay.
That wasn't the question.
Wait a minute, strike the remark.
In the report, it says, could you enter? That was what it says. So you're saying that you didn't say enter, you said asked if the bar was open?
That's, I don't mean to interrupt, but maybe I do. His report says that he asked if he could utilize the bar. That's what the report says, and so I think it's a
Commissioner, it's
little
not his-
interesting that
It's not his
you're,
report.
but you're asking him what it was that he said.
Right.
And then you're comparing it to the report, and you're saying that the report says something that the report does not say. And that is why I'm asking you to.
Show me where it says
you know,
ask if-
change your question at least.
All right. Show me
Not
where
ask a
it's-
question that's false.
Show me where it says you asked if the bar was open.
He didn't, all right. His testimony was that he asked if he could utilize the bar, and the report reflects that that was his question.
I think he testified he asked if the
But
bar
let's
was
ask-
Your
open.
Honor.
You can ask him.
This has just been asked and answered many times over, Your Honor.
What was asked and answered many times over?
Are you objecting?
Yeah, I'm
Overruled.
objecting.
Answer the question.
Yeah.
You understand the question?
I do understand the question, Your Honor.
Very simple.
Yes, Your Honor. I asked if I could enter the bar for some alcoholic drinks.
That's different than what you testified to originally.
No, it's not.
Okay. How many people were in the place when you came in?
I do not remember. There were a few patrons in the packaged good area.
You said both of these individuals were there behind the packaged goods area?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
They were.
All right. And how long did you stay in there?
Long enough to ask if I could gain access to the bar area.
And then you left right after that?
This is correct.
Did you see anybody in the bar area at all?
No,
You didn't see anybody, or did you look?
I wasn't able to gain access to the bar area.
Okay. So you didn't look, you didn't know see anybody because you didn't get access, is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Okay. Have you ever been there before?
Yes, I have.
Why were you in there before?
To conduct,
Objection relevance?
No, is it relevant?
It's relevant as what area he was in before. If he was in, were you in the bar area before?
I do not recall.
I have no further questions.
All right, commissioners' questions?
No.
No questions.
Present your next witness.
Be calling Detective Gatto. And Your Honor, also I'd like to just make a motion to enter the file into evidence. I believe it may or may not be, so. Okay,
Well,
thank you.
I'll make an objection, because I don't know what the file is, as to whether I should object to it or not.
You show it to him. Where's your file?
Right there.
This it?
Mhm.
Any objection?
I'll withdraw my objection.
Mark it, number 1. Go ahead. Go ahead, your witness.
Detective Gatto, how long have you worked with Baltimore City Police Department?
How do you spell your last name, sir?
I'll agree as to his credentials.
All right, so admit detective,
G-A-T-T-O,
oh, Gatto, yes. I've seen you many times. And your qualifications as an expert and as a police officer of the Baltimore City Police Department are admitted into evidence by agreement. You may conduct your examination.
Detective Gatto, were you working on October 17, 2014?
Yes, I was.
And please describe to the board what the circumstances were in which you responded to 1901 Edmondson Avenue.
Myself and Detective Greenhill responded in 1901 Edmondson Avenue, which is Uptown Bar. It was in reference to while Detective Aquilani was in an undercover capacity trying to gain entrance to the bar area. Once he was denied, he responded back to our vehicle.
And what, if anything, did you do?
Well, Detective Greenhill and I went inside the location. Upon entering the location, I immediately spoke to 2 individuals, if I could read their names from my report. One would be the licensee, Mr. Un Take Sim, and then Mr. Young Song. I asked to see the liquor license, which was displayed on the wall. I took it down from the wall and I memorialized some of the things from the liquor license. Which time, while I was doing that, I spoke to the licensee and advised him that a individual undercover police officer tried to gain entrance to your bar. You denied him, and that's why we're here. I advised that I'd be writing a report in reference to this incident, and then I would forward same to the liquor board.
If you can recall, what, if anything, did either of those individuals say to you when you informed them that you're going to be writing your report for the violation?
They really didn't say anything, and just in reference, they only answered me when I asked for different paperwork in reference to the bar. They were cooperative in giving me that, and I memorialized everything, and then we exited the location.
What, if any, observations did you make of the bar? If you did at all?
There's no other observation, no.
Okay. Your Honor, no further questions.
Questions?
So, I'm reading your report. When you went back in with Lieutenant Greenhill, you said there were 3 people there?
I stated, I just previously testified 2 names.
The report says there were 3 people. I'm reading, you said that was your report. See about the 4th line from the bottom, said there were 3 persons working the establishment?
Okay.
And then, do you know who the other person was? You identified these 2?
I only identified one person who was involved with my undercover, and then one person who was on the liquor license.
And the other person was, do you know where that person was? Was it behind the bar?
I do
or-
not, I don't recall that.
All right, but when you went in to get the information, you were in, let's refer to it as the bar area, is that correct? You weren't in the front area where the carry is, you were in the bar area where the license is displayed.
I really don't remember, I've been in so many, but I don't remember what exact part of the bar it was. I know my intentions were to get the liquor license to copy that information first.
But do you know where the liquor license was?
It was on the wall.
And was it in the front part or was it in the bar part?
I do not remember.
Did you write a report there while you were with the licensees?
No,
You spoke to the licensee?
they were present,
One of them was it?
yes.
Okay.
Commissioners, questions?
Yeah, just one. Do you recall whether or not anyone was in the tavern area at all being served when you were there?
I do not remember seeing anyone inside the tavern. Inside the bar area, the closed off area where you have to be buzzed in, I did not remember seeing anyone in there.
Anything else?
Let me just
Wait a minute,
ask you in reference to that,
wait a minute. Commissioner?
Sorry.
No questions.
All right, now,
but you don't remember being in the bar area?
remember being inside the location, the establishment,
Mhm.
and copying paperwork and gathering these names for me to be able to write this report. So the whereabouts at that moment where I was in the bar, I do not remember to a T.
Let me show you two pictures and see if you can identify them.
Okay.
Can you identify this?
They are of a bar.
Do you know if they are pictures of the bar you were in? If you don't, you just don't know.
It looks similar to the one that is at 1901 Emmons Avenue.
I have no further questions.
All right, you're not introducing him, correct?
I want to just sit through one of the other witnesses.
Okay. Commissioners, any additional questions?
No questions.
All right, call your witness.
Your case?
Anything else?
That's my case, sir.
That's your case?
That's, yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
State your name and address for the record, please.
1901 Uptown Liquor. My name's Young Song.
And were you working on the date that the detective was in the establishment?
Yes, I was.
And what were you doing?
I was serving front
Excuse
and
me for a second, please.
Your name?
Young Song. Y-O-N-G.
And what were you doing?
I was taking care of customer up front, and I was in stock and a bartender at the same time.
All right. And then did you remember the police officer coming in?
Yeah, the African American policeman came in here.
And then what do you remember happened at that point?
It happened so fast. Like he came in and asked me if bar was open, and I told him that my bartender went to lunch break. So could you kind of hold? I will let you in about 30 minutes or so. Then as soon as I said that, he just walked out. And I kind of called him back and said, hey, but I guess he didn't hear me. So he, because we had a glass behind there, and so as soon as he went outside, he got another gentleman came in, and then he wrote his ticket for it.
And in this particular location, was the licensee, was he also present?
Yes, he was.
Where was he?
He was in the back doing a little stock and doing
You
his
say the back, what do you mean the back?
bar.
All right. I'm gonna show you two pictures that the police officer thought identified the location. Is this the front and the back part, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No
We'll
objection.
submit these as, I guess that'd be 1 and 2 of ours.
No objection.
And these pictures are of what?
The front and the fronted portion and the bar portion.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is the bar portion also, is it open the same time that the packaged goods is open?
Always.
And how many employees that are generally there?
3.
So that would be, who would they be? Yourself?
Me and so African American employee. She been there for 4 years. Her name is Pam and Mr. Sheen.
All
Okay.
right, just a minute. Defense exhibits 1 and 2. Go ahead, sir.
And was there any reason why you couldn't have went back and served the detective?
Actually, I had a basement open because I had certain items that was kind of running out, and so it was open. So I was kind of couldn't really. And he was in the back doing stock and stuff.
Who was in the back? You just, you're
Mr.
pointing at
Sheen,
people.
my owner.
You said you had the basement open. Where is the basement?
Basement is right in the middle of the bar.
Is there a trap door?
Yeah, it's trapped there. You gotta pull it. It's kind of dangerous to walk.
All right, now along with that, when the detective came back, you know, what part did he come into? Did he talk to you and Mr. Sim?
He came from the front door.
When he came, did he go in the bar part when he was talking to you?
Yeah.
So he was in the bar part?
Yes, he was.
I have no further questions.
All right, counsel?
Can I just take a look at those photos? Thank you. Okay. Mr. Song, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Song, where were you working at the time when the officer entered?
This first cashier, there's 2 of them.
And so you were working at this cashier.
Yes,
Could
sir.
you just point out to where you were, to the board?
Right here?
Okay. Now, this door right here,
Mhm.
this leads to the bar area back here?
Yes, sir.
Is that about right?
Yes, sir.
And at the time when the officer came in, you said that the bartender was out for 30 minutes, correct?
30 minutes. She went to pick up her food.
So the bar was technically closed. There was no bartender there at the time.
I could actually call Mr. Shin, but I was kind of busy. As he knows there was a lot of customer phone, and I said, "Can you wait for a second?"
So you didn't call Mr.
I couldn't call him because they were screaming like, "Give me this, give me that."
So there was, so There was no bartender working the,
Oh,
working
no, it was
behind.
bartender working that day.
No, there was no bartender at the time that the
Well, I
officer
could-
asked, let me just ask the question. At the time the officer asked you if you could go back to the bar, there was no bartender working, correct?
Yeah, that's all.
There was nobody manning the bar, correct? So the bar area was closed
No, I
for
would
the
say it
time.
was closed.
You wouldn't say it was closed,
No.
but nobody was in there,
I told him, can you, I was about to call him, I said, can you wait a little bit?
but nobody was in the bar.
He was in the bar.
I thought he was in the
It's
back.
same thing, it's a bar and a star, same door, it's like one step from the bar. There's a bar and there's a star room right behind it.
Okay, so but for that time being, when the officer asked you to go back to the bar, it was closed for that time, that 30 minutes?
For 5, 10 minutes.
Okay. No further
All right,
questions?
let me see the pictures back. I believe this one's, that you're referring to is exhibit number 2. No, you have exhibit number 1, the picture you're referring to. All right, go ahead, sir.
Just state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Sam. Address 1901 Edmondson Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland, 213.
What's his name again?
Sam. Yes, sir.
Spell it.
S-I-M? You're the licensee,
Yes.
and you've been there for 4 years?
Yes.
And were you there on this date? Were you in the establishment? Were you in the store?
Yes.
And where were you? Where were you in the store when this happened?
At the time, I was just the bar area for the around the stand room in the bar area around there.
And what does that mean? Were you in the front part or were you in the back part?
Me,
Yes, you.
back bar.
What were you doing back there?
It's customer service. I come in the customer come in. I serving the alcohol product in my customer.
So you were in the back,
Yes.
in the bar part.
Yes.
And how many people are generally working for you every day?
Some 2 or 3 every day.
And the bar is open the same time that the packaged goods is open?
At the same time.
I have no questions.
Questions?
On this date, October 17th, when you were working in the back,
Yeah.
there was earlier testimony that you were working in the stock area.
The stock area I think almost same.
And that's where you were working at the time the officer came in, correct?
Yeah, he coming for that.
You weren't manning the bar at that time.
Oh, it's me, I asked him.
You weren't working the bar at that time.
Can I translate?
Do you understand what he's asking? If you don't understand, I mean, you gotta ask somebody to.
It's very
interpret
important for this. I want exactly what you're talking about for this.
There you go.
I think we need the translation.
All right,
Talk
so,
up to each other now.
wait a
Can I
minute,
speak my language?
just a minute. Swear him in as a translator.
You swear affirm to translate the proceedings of this hearing correctly?
All right, sir, go ahead. Identify yourself as a name, by name.
My name's Young Hassan,
And you are going to ask this witness questions
Yeah.
in what language?
in Korean.
All right, go ahead, sir.
형님이 내가 그
Wait, I mean, can I just interrupt? Do you want to ask him the question so that we make sure we get the right question?
I already.
No, wait a minute, I think you ought to, for the record, make sure you get it right.
Thank you, Mr. Gadesi.
When,
I used to go to, I went to the Kom Samida, I know where it is, okay.
The prosecutor here will take you out to lunch.
so, on October 17th, at the time when you were working the front area, what was this gentleman doing?
형님 내가 10월 17일 앞에서 일할 때 형님은 어디에 있었냐 그걸 물어보는 거야. 뒤에서 있었다.
그러니까 bar and it's a bar and stand room around over there. I'm not all the way come
Tell
up,
him he
coming,
can
come up.
speak in
Yeah.
Korean to you.
What he's saying is he worked run all around, but that meantime he was in the back. He was working front and the back with me. Then when the incident happened, he was in the back part.
You said all that?
Yeah.
Is that you talking, or is that something he said to you
Well, he
and
said-
translated?
You'll never know.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
That's the most true statement I've heard today.
No further
We've
questions,
been in
Your
one
Honor.
international crisis. I'm not.
All right. Commissioners, any questions?
I just have one.
Oh,
If-
can I make one comment?
No, you cannot.
If in fact, either one of you was available to serve a drink, why didn't you?
can I?
Yes,
I
please.
did kind of tell him, hey, I called him, but he just walked out. It happened in 40 seconds.
You told him to come back in half
Yeah,
an
I kind of
hour.
screwed him. No, I didn't say an hour. I said 30.
Half an hour,
Yeah,
30
but
minutes.
as he was walking out, I said, sir, I guess he didn't hear me. I was like, hey, sir. And he just walked right out and got another gentleman walked right in like 5 seconds there.
Yeah, because the violation had already been committed.
Okay.
Yeah, I
But
think
can I-
that's what happened.
Also violation, okay, that was good violation, but I remember this gentleman came in with them, massage, and he kind of made a comment like, I said, you know, I might have made a mistake on that part, right? I made a wrong judgment on it, and he kind of told me, I said, you know, sometimes it's hard to, and he kind of made a comment like, yeah, whatever, I would tear up this bar license right now for your face. I made a comment like that, and I was kind of shocked. I know I done made a mistake. I didn't, for fathers, he's the owner. I don't want him to get any kind of punishment for somebody I did. And I could find another job for him, but I'm saying, well, you know, I kind of apologized to him, like, maybe I should, I called the guy, but he never heard me, and he's kind of made a comment like, yo, I'll tell this license right from your face.
Okay.
He was kind of, but he's really humble right now. Very nice talking software.
Okay, I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Argument.
I think based on the testimony is there was more than one person there to do the service on the question. And the question in this case here, man out front couldn't go back because the door was open to go into the basement. In the meantime, Mr. Sim was in the back. When they came in to write the charges up, they all went in the back. I think you see the pictures. It is a front and the back. And if you believe what the Mr. Song said, it happened, you know, bing, boom, bada bing, bada boom on the thing. And it was so quick by the time he couldn't get him back. We used to have that adage from Judge Robinson. He used to go, he said it was a de minimis type of situation here. And I'd like to have the board treat it that way because I think they would probably be honest with you here today.
Your Honor, I would just say de minimis is 1 or 2 minutes, not 30 minutes. And as the witness testified, he said the bar was closed, and maybe you can come back in 30 minutes and there'll be a bartender. So technically, we would argue he was in violation of the regulation.
All right, time for decision. In this particular case, I think the case has been proved, but I think there are some extenuating circumstances. The bar does look like it operates as a bar. Photographs in both Exhibits 1 and 2 seem to indicate that. However, I find as a fact that during this particular time when the police officers arrived, it was not being operated as a bar, even though it probably, I believe that the other person who may have been a bartender was out for lunch. Therefore, with respect,
I'm sorry. Before you make this position, I just want to say a few words. If you, once you found that, and then,
a little unusual, but go ahead.
well, but I mean, for this position, that's the fact that this is the first time he's been there in 4 years.
I'm going to mention that.
And then along with that, he's been otherwise a good community person, as he's gotten citations from the president of the city council, shows that it's not the normal person.
That
who
same
doesn't-
thing I just looked at?
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna make sure each one of you, but most sure he didn't care about the community, so he does participate along with the also the community children.
That
That's
does
all I have.
influence me. So with respect to the fact that there's no prior violations and the fact that he does look like he's operating a bar, nevertheless, the law is clear that all times the bars must be serviced as by a bartender and made available to the public. That's the law. And there's no more of this squeegee, you go ahead to lunch, don't worry about it, close it now. When you come back, we'll open it again business. But nevertheless, all of these things make me feel that a very minimal fine is in order of $500 and no closure. How much time does he need to pay it?
1 week.
All right, we'll see what my fellow commissioners do.
Well, the officer came into the establishment and asked to be served. One person is going away to get lunch or dinner for the group or for himself. You got 2 individuals there. And it sounds like both of you have the ability to serve in the tavern area. Because you refuse to admit the officer to the tavern area, I think it's clear neglect with intent Because if you had the intention of serving him in that area, regardless of the fact that one was missing, there was two of you there. You would have buzzed that door, allowed him to go in and be served. If the trap door was open, you have a customer. You close the door, you attend to the customer, then you go back to doing what you're doing once that customer leaves the area. So I believe that there was a clear decision made to violate that part of the code that governs a tavern. Owning the license is a privilege. It has nothing to do with your donation towards the community. It's a responsibility that you have with that tavern. You violated that trust. So I think something more needs to be in place. It's your first time? Well, it's your first time. I hope it never happens again, but you're trying to cover up. I think something more needs to be done. I will go for a day suspension.
I actually agree with Commissioner Jones' analysis. And it does. There were 3 people working, 1 left to get lunch. It was 10:30 at night. Lunch at 10:30, that's interesting. But that left 2 people there staffing the establishment, and there was a clear no to the request to be served. It does appear that the bar is set up and it is ready to be used as a bar, but it wasn't that night. And so I'm going to join with Commissioner Jones in finding responsibility and imposing a 1-day closure. And I feel that that's appropriate. There have been no prior violations. It seems that everything else is in order with respect to this establishment. The violation, I think, is a serious one, and I join with Commissioner Jones in the 1-day closure.
All right, then therefore your decision is 1-day closure, no fine.
Beginning now.
Always now. All right, folks, you have our
Thank
decision.
you.
2-1. Call the next case.
The next case is in Tarkil, Gamjakil, and that's J&T Liquors, trade name Wiley Liquors, located at 3101-3 Wiley Avenue. This is a BD7, a violation of 503.A, BD7, on October 17, 2014, where an officer was refused service when entered into the establishment.
All right, counsel, none? All right, present your case, sir.
Thomas Axel, Your Honor, I actually spoke with the individuals before you came out on the bench. I wasn't able to get a chance to follow up with them. If I may address the owner's licensees. This kind of hearing right now.
May I try?
Yes.
I'm going to have it sworn first.
Okay. If I may address the board, I just spoke with the owner, and this is the owner's daughter. Your Honor, she has informed me that they would like to accept, in her words, the charges, but they would like an opportunity to mitigate.
All right, swear all the witnesses.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony the truth that you give this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Present your case.
Your Honor, if I may, if I can just read a statement of facts.
Go ahead.
It's been agreed and stipulated on October 17, 2014, approximately 10:55 p.m., Detective Akawande of the Baltimore City Police Department Vice Squad entered the store known as Wiley Liquors, located at 3101 through 03 Wiley Avenue, to conduct a BD7 investigation. Detective Akawande was in plain clothes. Upon entering the establishment, he made contact with an employee later identified as Youngju Kim. He asked Mr. Kim to use the bar area. Mr. Kim stated to Detective Akawande that the bar area was closed. This time, a detective left the establishment and radioed Detective Gatto and Detective Greenhill. All three actually are present today here. who responded to the scene. At that time, Detective Gatto and Detective Greenhill entered the establishment. Detective Greenhill then entered the tavern area and observed it to be empty of customers or patrons. Detective Greenhill advised the owner-operator, Mr. Kim, that the tavern portion of the bar cannot remain closed. Time was left in the hands of Mr. Kim. All events occurred in Baltimore City, State of Maryland. That would be the case, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, what is your name? Do you wish to ask any questions of any of the witnesses here? All right. Now, with respect to findings, Commissioners, any questions?
No questions.
I find that the charges have been sustained, and now the issue is what, if any, punishment there should be. Be glad to hear from you.
Your Honor, I'll just note for the record, in 2008, there was a violation of serving to minors. It was a fine of $2,250. In June 24, 2010, violation serving to minors, guilty, and a fine of $2,250, Your Honor.
And how long have they been in, how long have you been in business?
About 17 years.
17 years. And have there been any other charges against those, except for those two, serving minors? All right, Commissioners, any questions? Wish to be heard?
No, Your Honor.
All right, with respect to punishment in this case, this is another case where the 17 years influences me. Although there's two charges in the past, I believe that a fine of $1,000 is appropriate with no closure. That's my decision.
I join.
All right, sir, you have, how much time do you need to pay the fine of $1,000?
We asked for 1 month.
1 month? Mm-hmm. Now, let me say this. We've given you a break. I want you to tell him, we're giving you a break. It's very serious not to have a bar open while the package store is open. So if you come back again, it could be a closure. You understand that? All right, tell him.
That day is my daughter there. As I was sick, the two gentlemen come and they saw my daughter is sick. I couldn't open all my box. I closed and go home. The time
Daughter was sick.
gets right.
So I think he's saying your daughter was sick that day?
Yeah, that's
And-
all.
Okay. All right, well, we understand and appreciate the explanation, and you've admitted responsibility and the fine's been imposed, so, and your daughter's explained that next time it could be a harsher penalty, so, always open when the packaged goods is open.
None of my business, but if you have a situation, you're facing a possible violation of not having both open, maybe you should close them both.
You must close them both.
Now, we're not supposed to give advice,
Oh,
so just
okay.
ignore my.
And just
my
ignore
remarks.
my advice. I am not giving advice, I'm just thinking out loud
Wash them
to,
both out.
to anybody who's not listening.
I was listening, but I didn't make a comment.
Good.
All right, you go down here, make your arrangements. Call the next case.
Young-Do Park, Min Kim, Ma Young Inc., M&M Liquors. This is at 2500 East Biddle Street. This is a Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license. A violation of 503A, a Class BD7. This occurred on October 16th, 2014, where an officer refused service at a bar service when he entered the establishment.
I'm sorry. I'm just handing out, I haven't spoken with either of the owners, I'm just handing out a copy of the police report.
All right, swear the witnesses, all witnesses.
Oh, we have community members as well, sir, so they'll need to raise their hands.
Hmm?
We have community.
Swear all witnesses.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm? Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the
Mr.
testimony that
Detective
you're about to
Gatto?
give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you both speak English? No, yes? All right, is anybody in the courtroom volunteer to Korean? Anybody speaks English and Korean in the courtroom?
Oh, yes.
She does.
You do. All right. Swear her in as a translator.
What is this?
Ma'am,
Raise your right hand.
listen.
Please, do you swear or affirm to translate the contents of this hearing correctly?
Could you pass
And your
this?
name is what?
Okay.
Ni-U-N. And how do you spell your last name? I can't hear you, ma'am. L-E-E. Okay. All right, present your case, sir, but keep in mind, we have a translator.
I understand, Your Honor. Thank you. Preliminarily, I'm just going to move the file into evidence.
All right, admit the file as Exhibit 1. Mark it. Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to first call my first witness.
Wait a minute, translate it.
I'm going
Whoa,
to.
wait.
Oh.
Tell her, ma'am, look at me, Miss Lee. You have to tell her everything that is said in English, regardless of what you think is important or not. Okay, tell her. The file is being admitted in evidence. Did you tell her that? All right, now, sir.
I'd like to call as my first witness Detective Akawande.
All right, tell her. First question.
Detective Akawande, were you working on October 16, 2014?
Yes, I was.
And did you have an opportunity to respond to the M&M Lounge located at 2500 East Biddle Street to conduct a BD7 investigation?
Hold on.
Yes, I did.
In what city and state is that location?
Baltimore City, State of Maryland.
Thank you. Now, what did you do upon entering the establishment?
Upon entering the establishments that day, I asked the only clerk behind the counter if I can gain access to the bar area. She didn't seem to understand what I was saying, so I asked her again, and I gestured to the bar area. She said,
What, if anything, did she say to you when you gestured to the bar area and asked that question again?
I understand that.
I did too. I'm getting good at this.
she said the bar was closed.
May I interrupt? Please ask her to not respond to you, just listen to you, and then let him ask a question. No commentary from her just yet. Okay, please?
What did you do after you were told no by the individual working at the establishment?
At that time, I didn't see any other patrons. I took my time. I actually left the bar. Well, I left the bar and I notified Detective Greenhill and Detective Gatto that I was denied entry into the bar area.
one more follow-up question. Could you describe the bar area and packaged goods area to the board? Were they separated by a door or something like that?
The packaged good area is separated by a door, a buzzing door to the bar area. I know this because I've been to the establishment before and conducted an LBD7 in the past, so I know what the packaged good area and the bar area look like. There's only one stool in the bar area. It's not fully functional, in my opinion.
Would you remind her, please? Thank you.
Next question.
Your Honor, no further questions from this witness right now.
Now, does she or you have any questions of any of this witness? No questions, all right. Present your next witness.
We would like to call Detective Gatto next.
Go ahead, swear. He's already been sworn. Ma'am. Call your witness.
Detective Gatto, were you working on October 16, 2014, approximately 11:43 p.m.?
I was.
Now, did you have the opportunity to go to the 2500 East Biddle Street into the M&M Lounge?
I'll explain. Detective Greenhill and I entered the location after Detective Akawande exited the building, advises that he was not gain entry to the bar area. We entered the establishment. I met with Miss Jun Soon Kim. Okay. I advised Mrs. Jun Soon Kim that she was in violation of LBD 7 violation, that patrons are allowed to be in her bar area while it is open, and she's selling packaged goods. This time I located the liquor license and memorialized what was on it. I then advised her that I was going to write a report in violation for the liquor board.
Next question.
Did you ever get a chance or an opportunity to enter into the bar area of this establishment?
Yes, on this one I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe?
Just a bar area that was, had, no one was seated inside there. There were alcohol, or the bottles up on the counter and things like that.
Who, if anyone, was operating the bar area at the time of your observations?
Well, no one was operating, no one was in the bar. I mean, Ms. Jun Kim could operate the door to go into the bar area, but as Detective Akawande advised, he was denied entry to that location.
No further questions.
Ma'am, do you have any questions? Any questions, ma'am? She can testify later. Does she have any questions? No. All right. Any other witnesses?
Your Honor, no further
Any
witnesses.
questions of commissioners?
None.
No questions.
All
Sorry.
right. Are you finished with your case?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, advise her that she has a right to testify if she would like. Yes or no? Okay, then let her testify. Let her tell you, and then you translate it. She wasn't there?
He was not the guy, to the time.
He's not the detective. Which one? There were two that testified.
Both of them,
Neither one of them were there. Okay. Now, was she there? She was or not? Yes, she was there. All right, now how long has she been an owner of this establishment? How many? 6 years.
Poor lady.
All right. What else does she want to testify? The door was open.
she has slippers.
The door was open. Is that what she said?
The bar is
That's what I meant. Mhm. And what else did she say?
또 무슨 말? 다 있는. She said we
What?
have seats, we have seats,
I didn't catch it.
chairs,
Bar stools.
Bar stools.
yeah,
Bar stools.
shoes and liquors. I'm sorry.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
All right, what else?
And she has liquors also
She had what?
in the bar. She has liquors.
Liquors?
Yeah, in the bars. So she says she,
All right, anything else?
우리는 언제가 그날 우리가 배설음 쪽에 공사를 하니까 내가 또 그냥 오픈 이래서 이제 오픈해. 오픈하는데 할머니들이 우리는 많이 오는데 그날은 젊은 애가 멋있는 늦게 와서 내가 돌려가지고 그랬다고.
she opened the bar and her customers usually old ladies, and also on that day she had a bathroom, working on the bathroom, fixing the bathrooms, and late at night when she saw him, she just scared and she just said no.
All right, any questions? All right, anything else, ma'am?
내가 잘못은 했는데.
Yeah, she admits she's guilty.
오픈할 때 안 한 건 아니에요.
Yeah, she keeps saying she's open.
All right, on the issue of responsibility only, commissioners have any questions?
I'm a little confused. The translator just stated that.
What in the world would make you confused?
He stated that she was closed, then she said she was open.
No,
I'm
she
not
opened.
understanding.
She opened the bar. Yeah, she was open the bar. She said
Could you ask her how many persons were working that night?
거기 몇 사람이 됐네요. 그 밤에 그날. Two. 다른 사람이 있어요. Two, she and another worker. And her.
What's the answer, ma'am? What's
나랑 둘이 있었다.
Two people
Who
were
was
there.
working in the tavern area?
그 바에서 누가 있었네요.
하는데 저기 내가 있었고.
She said she was.
하는데 이제 손님 오면 널어줘. 이제 하나애가 널어주는데 그 애가 이제 물건 가지고 지하실 내려갔어. 물건 가지러. 그런 사이에 왔지. 둘이 일하는데 내가 택시 보고 하나애는 이제 스타가로 가지러 갔어. 그랬는데 그때 들었대.
Okay, she was in the cash register, and the other worker was at the basement to get stock.
Just one last question. Did she say that she was afraid to open the door up because it was late at night?
너무 밤이라 무서워서 그랬냐고 물어보는데.
그리고 그 근방에가 계속 총이 들었어.
Yes. 예.
그 동네가 총이 계속 들어서 밤에 늦게 11:30에 그래서 나도
There has been a lot of gun accident in the area at the time, so she was just scared.
Now, where did these come from?
These are from the, these
Oh, this
community
case.
people.
Okay.
Yeah, this is-
All
So
right.
did,
That's it? All right. Call your- there's
I
another
had a
witness, isn't
question.
there? Oh, questions, Commissioner?
did I understand that she admits responsibility?
그 아줌마가 그거 책임 있는 거 알아요? 예.
Yes. And
Yes.
today you admit that the store, that you did not allow him to come into the bar area.
그 사람 못 들어오게 한 거 인정하냐고.
And the reason you did not admit him into the bar area is that you were scared.
무서워서 못 들어오게.
Okay. All right. I have one more question. Do you recognize the gentleman here,
알아보겠네요.
this gentleman? Could you raise your hand, Detective Greenhill? Do you recognize Detective Greenhill? He's, yeah. He's all those things. That's who we all think you've been referring to when you go like this. Do you recognize Detective Greenhill?
아니,
No.
no.
Okay. All right.
무섭게 했어. 걔네들이 돌아가고 포리스가 믿고 그래서 내가 좀
They were kind of intimidating.
He showed his badge. He put his badge on the window.
Yeah.
보여줬어요? 보여줬어요?
Yes.
예.
So you recognize the badge? Yeah. Okay. So he showed the badge and you got nervous. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Call all the witnesses.
Your Honor, we should have called him earlier, I apologize. I'm just going to be calling Kevin Parsons? Okay, you want to just step on up?
아니야.
Good afternoon. My name is Yvonne Fitzgerald, and we're members of the Berea Community Association. We also have a letter from the Friendly Community Association. And we have great concern with this establishment. And some of the things that we have observed in our community with this establishment is the loitering, customers consuming alcohol in the front and on the side of the establishment. It draws crime, and it's constant police presence. And I believe in her testimony she mentioned something about she was afraid because she heard gunshots. And that's what we experience with this establishment. It's a lot of littering, trash, rats, and it's a high traffic of vehicles, people. It's a drug activity area. And you can see the same thing every day, anytime, and any day. And I believe the hours of operation is Monday through Sunday. And this is what we see on a daily basis. So as a community, we're recommending that her license not be renewed. If that is what she's up for, in addition to this violation. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a minute, ma'am. Do you have any questions of this witness? Tell her what was said. Tell her what, did you understand? Tell her what this witness said.
그 동네 너무 더러. 거기 너무 더러웠는데 우리가 들어가서 정말 거기가 깨끗해. 사람들이.
Can you translate please and let us know when she gets finished?
그리고 거기 앞에도 애들이 되게 해갖고 거기 우리 일한 그 바깥에 있는 애가 지금 좀 조가 하다가 조가 지금 아프니까 애가 지금 내가 이렇게 해줘. 그러고 또 조가 이제 아파서 안 해서 또 다른 애가 이제 everyday.
Excuse me, she's saying a lot. Just want to make, excuse me, just want to make sure you don't forget. Can you kind of break it down in parts? Excuse me. Can you break that down in parts so that we can understand, so you can translate to us piece at a time so that you don't miss anything? But she's saying a lot, but when you translate, you don't say much.
She said it was not clean, but she makes the area clean. She paid someone to clean the area for her extraordinary skin. So on the contrary to her, she is making it clean.
Any questions? Any questions, commissioners?
No questions.
All right.
Wouldn't dare.
Ma'am, I have just one question. You mentioned that the Friendly Neighborhood Association, you brought their recommendation to us.
Yes.
And that's Miss Beatrice Mastani.
Bessani. She is the
Okay.
president of that association.
Are you a member of that association?
We are
Wait.
members of the Berea Association. Those two communities are adjacent to one another.
All right. Ma'am, tell your, is she related to you? No. Tell her that the community association is here with the letter. Tell her. And they're accusing her of being, in addition to all the other things, a nuisance to the neighborhood. All right, no questions, any questions to this witness?
그러면은 거기 앞에 나오는 사람들이 이제 옷 입고 하고 하나둘은 있어. 그러니까 이제 옷 입고 하고 또 청소도 또 지금 청소는 맨날 에브리데이 청소는 해. 그러지만 또 원하는 게 뭐냐.
All right, I know what she's saying, ma'am. See, she talks for a long time and then you don't say anything.
She says, so do you want anything for her to do? Anything? Do you want to, does the community want anything from her?
That she wants you to have them communicate with her. Is that what you're saying? Or not?
Yes.
That's it. All right, mark this as one of the exhibits. All right, next witness.
You got it already.
Got
Done,
that?
done.
All right.
Hello, my name is James Samuel Brown III. I'm a member of the Berea East Side Community Association.
Berea East Side.
Yes.
All right, your name, sir?
James Samuel Brown.
Okay, and your position with the association?
My position with the association, I'm a general advocate. I also follow up through for their liaison between the schools in our neighborhoods, the rec centers, and the local businesses.
All right, now Mr. Brown, tell her, is here on behalf of another association, the Berea. All right, and what do you have to say, sir?
I'm just gonna back. Bottom line is, not only am I a member, I live in the community. I've patroned the place for many, many years. It's never opened as a tavern. There has never been any access to a bar. There's a door here that goes into a bar, but it acts as an employee entrance. The back of the place has an attachment that the building has collapsed, so it used to look like an extension from a bar. It's a prime it's filled, they don't clean it. You can walk through, it's waist high, full garbage that actually directly comes from their store, not from the community. It's filled with rats, it has an awful smell. The establishment is open 20 hours out of a 24 hour.
All right, now stop, I want to let it translate. Let's take it step by step. Tell her that the trash in the rear building, part that's collapsed,
뒤에가 저쪽으로 넘어가지고 안 좋은 그거는 우리가 다른 사람들이 갖다 버리는 거.
open about 20 hours a day.
다른 사람들이 와서
Open about 20 hours a day, he said. That's what he said. That's what he said, ma'am. Translate it. All right, do not engage in argument with her. Now, I'm getting a little tired of it. I've asked you to translate over and over and over again. Now, if you can't do it, let me know. If you come in here and she can't speak English, we have to tell her what the people who speak English are saying. Do you understand that? So don't get involved in a big, whether she is or isn't open for 20 hours. The question is, did she hear it? Does she understand it? Now, he also testified that the place smells. Tell her. From the trash in the rear. Okay, go ahead, sir.
The place operates 20 out of 24 hours.
Go ahead, sir, something
days
new.
a week. At no time can you direct it. You can go into access. In the 8 years that I've patroned, the place is constant in the front. There's always activity in the front. Always activity in the front. Hanging out, as Ms. Fitzgerald says, drinking, drug activity. Now,
Are you saying that the front was active and the rear was?
No, the front of her building is active.
What about the bar?
The bar is completely active. It's cut rate. This is completely active. Lottery, buying.
You understand what I mean
alcohol
by the bar? So you have packaged liquor and you have bar.
Oh, no, this is packaged goods only.
Now, what about the bar?
It's never open, ever.
Okay, ma'am,
Not at all.
just a minute. Tell her that the bar is never open. That's what he says, 8 years. Just tell her. No, you don't have to say anything. Okay, what else?
That's one of the reasons why I'm here. It's never been open. We did an access. I also do a couple of others through CPHA, which is Citizens Planning Housing Authority. They have that listing also. So their license has been in violation for several times. I actually was working with them to bring it to a higher source.
Let's get on to the testimony today. Anything else you want to say?
It's just a public nuisance, and they're in violation of their license, and they should be closed immediately.
All right. He wants the license closed. That's what he's saying, the public nuisance. Tell her. All right. Anybody else have questions of this witness? No? Next witness.
My name is James Bull. I'm the chaplain of the Berea Neighborhood Center.
And your last name is spelled?
Bull, B-U-L-L, as in
And
cow.
you're connected with what association?
Berea.
The Berea.
Berea, yes.
And what do you have to say, sir, about this?
And the bar before us this morning, they have already said what I'm going to say. It stays open 7 days a week and nights as well. And it's become a hazard, naturally, because there's traffic there all the time, drinking day and night. And we request that it be closed because the neighborhood is going down instead of up.
All right, tell her what he said. The bar's open, it's hazardous, drinking all the time. Now, sir, what do you mean by drinking all the time? I don't understand.
Every time I see somebody, I got a bottle up to their mouth on the outside.
On the outside?
Outside, yeah.
Now, have you ever been in there?
No, I need to go in there.
And he says it's drinking on the outside of the bar. Tell her that.
Outside.
All right, sir. Any questions, anybody? Commissioners or council? Next witness.
Okay.
Name?
Good afternoon. My name is Richard McCoy,
How do you spell your last name?
M-C-C-O-Y. I'm a board member of the Berea Community Association, lifelong resident of the area.
And sir, directing your attention to this bar, what, if anything, do you have to tell us?
That bar has constantly been a public nuisance to our community. It's a hot spot with the police department, and due to the high density of liquor establishments in our community, we would like to see it closed. It's been a general nuisance for many, many years.
Now, directing your attention to this bar, not all the bars in the community, what, if anything, do you have to say about this bar?
Loitering. It's consistently been a hot spot for the Eastern District Police.
What do you mean by hot spot?
That's one of their most problematic corners in the district for Eastern District Police Department.
All right, tell her. Tell her what he said. The hot corner. Drinking, loitering. Okay. Any questions of this witness by your, any questions of him?
아니, 그냥 거기 몇 명이나 있어. 노인네들 몇 명. 노인네들 몇 명이나
예.
있는데.
Questions, not testimony. No questions. Anybody else have questions? No questions. All right, next witness.
Your Honor, just very quickly, Detective Greenhill wants to say, if I can recall, Detective Greenhill wanted to say something. Yes, he was sworn
All
earlier,
right,
Your Honor.
Detective Greenhill, give us your assignment.
Detective L.C. Greenhill, Vice Enforcement.
Go ahead.
I just want to say to the board, I concur with the community. I've worked that district for 7 years. It has been a problematic bar over the years. I worked Vice for 10 years. I've been in that bar numerous times. The BD7 is never open. I've received complaints from the community by way of Officer Amos, who's the neighborhood service officer.
Stop a minute, I want to get this translated.
Okay.
Hang on. Now, I want you to tell what Detective Greenhill said, that he's been, 7 years, in and out, never saw the bar open, ever.
거기서 7년 동안 왔다 갔다 했는데 바 오픈한 거 한 번도 못 봤대요.
And he agrees with the community as to what they're saying about this bar as a nuisance.
그 자기 커뮤니티가 지금 얘기한 대로 자기도 자기 생각에도 그게 근데 지금 이 바가 골칫거리고
Other than that, like I said, Officer Amos is the neighborhood service officer for the Eastern District. I can tell you, at least for the past 3 years, he's contacted me just for strictly the BD7 concerns.
About the bar not being open.
Not being open.
All right, that he's been contacted and had officers complain that the bar is never open.
오픈한 적이 없다고.
와서 와서 젊은 애들 못 봐.
Any
오픈한
questions
적이 없대.
of this witness?
물어볼 거
Anything
있나요?
else? Commissioners, question? All right.
No
You
questions.
finished? Next witness.
포리스들이 안 하는.
Your name, sir,
Kevin Parsons, sir.
and your position, wherever, who
I'm the
you're on
Community
behalf of.
Education Liaison for Councilman Warren Branch of the 13th District.
Be glad to hear from you.
Yes, sir. We received, the council now received a number of complaints from the Community Association because part of my responsibility is to attend community meetings.
And you heard what?
Oh, I thought you wanted to translate, that's why I stopped.
I do,
Okay,
thank you.
yes, sir.
Wait a minute, go ahead. His position, he works for the councilman in the 13th district. He's attends the meetings and heard complaints. We'll find out what they are. Tell her. All right, what are the complaints?
We've heard that the bar area is never open. We've heard about the loitering, the drinking outside, the trash. Periodically, I've witnessed personally a gentleman outside cleaning. The council and I personally went to the bar ourselves to investigate and look into the matter, talked to a number of the patrons. They've complained about never having access to the back. We asked to enter the back. We were actually told no. We said we wanted to watch the football game. We told them the TV was broken. We kind of insisted on going in the back. So we were able to get a look into the back. It seemed like there's a storage area that's back there. And there was a TV. There was about probably 1 or 2 seats. It's very dusty. You can tell by the amount of dust that there's no use back there when we left. And just for the record, I think the taller gentleman she was referring to was John.
And what machine?
The young lady she was referring to earlier.
I'll take care of that. Which machine are you talking about?
I'm sorry?
You said some machine. What about it?
Oh, did I say machine? I'm sorry. That was,
Did I misunderstand you?
yes, sir.
And what did you say?
I said I thought the gentleman she was referring to earlier was John Howard, because he attended some of the community meetings as well.
All right. He has many complaints. The bar is never open. tell her. And there's trash.
바 오픈하고 있어요.
And he personally has seen people drinking,
사람들
hanging on a
밖에서,
corner.
그 사람 밖에서 술 마시는 저 아저씨들 자기
Are any questions? You want to ask, does she want any questions of this witness?
그러면 근데 누구한테 그러면은 청소는 우리가 에브리데이 앞에 하고
질문.
What's the question?
그럼 어떻게 하라는
저 아저씨한테 물어볼게요.
물어볼게. 그러면은
Any questions?
어떻게 지가 우리 바에 오지도 않았는데 TV가 고장 난 걸 어떻게 알고?
아니 고장 났다고 얘기했대 아줌마가.
안
그러니까
했다니까.
저 사람 커뮤니티에서
네.
들었다니까요.
Questions?
Question 있어요?
Yes or no?
No.
No.
Any questions? Commissioners' questions?
No.
Any other witnesses?
No other witnesses.
Now she has the opportunity to testify.
네,
Say what she
얘기하래요.
wants. Bring her over to the microphone.
Just one final.
아줌마가 얘기하래요.
Your Honor.
아줌마
Just
얘기
one
하고
final
싶고
statement.
얘기하래요.
All right, go ahead.
And the councilman, based on his observation, going and talking to patrons and also visiting the establishment, is standing behind the community and requesting the revocation of the license.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yes, sir.
He should have given us a letter or something. Appreciate
What he
it.
sent me is in the
All
sir.
right.
Thank you.
Now, go ahead, ma'am. She's been sworn. Give us her name. Your name?
Kim.
Kim.
강소민 Kim.
And what does she want to tell us?
우리가 바 오픈하냐고 그러면 들어와서 마시고 간 사람도 있고.
She actually opened the bar. She
예.
oh, okay. Yeah, she said she actually opened the bars.
그리고 앞에 쓰레기는 우리가 옆에 앞에는 에브리데이 클리어하고.
Trash in front and the side. She everyday cleans the trash.
그리고 뒤에
The rear.
뒤에는 다른 사람들이 쓰레기를 갖다라고 그러니까 포리스 리포트
아,
그냥 띄었어.
It's not her trashes. The neighbor put the trashes, so she actually reported the police about the trash in the rear.
그리고 우리가 바 오픈하고 안 하고 가고 청소하고 이런 것도 포리스들이 우리가 리포트를 띄어서 되게 많다. 근데 어떻게 우리 가게 와보지도 않고. 응?
She wonders how they know they're not even at her store. They haven't been.
I can't understand her when you're talking, tell her that. She can't talk when you're talking.
But he
같이
can't understand
얘기하면
her
안 된대.
anyway.
같이 얘기하면 안 된대.
Anyway, go ahead.
아줌마 얘기하세요.
그리고 저 백화점에서 저기 사가지고 나가면서 마시는 거는 우리가 어떻게 해? 못 봤으니까 그렇게 마시기는 하더라고요. 보니까 그건 인정한다고. 많이들 안 마시고.
You know, this is very,
Yeah.
사가지고 가면서.
this is very difficult, and really, it's almost an insult to the liquor board to come in here with a person who can't speak English and has no idea how the system works or what she's supposed to say or how to defend herself. This is really unbelievable. And we have to go through you, and you're arguing with her and talking back and forth, and nobody, the commissioners don't know what you're saying. For your own sake, you should have come prepared. And it's an insult to this board to come in here with this kind of defense. It really is. I personally am annoyed by it. It's very difficult to reach a proper decision when we don't know what she's saying or has any idea of how it works, how the system works. Now, I'm looking at you, but I'm not chewing you out. I can't chew her out because she doesn't understand a word I'm saying. Now, can you get to the point and tell us what she wants to say in her own defense of these serious charges that she's running a bar that has alerted the entire neighborhood is an irresponsible management? Can you tell us what she has to say about that?
지금 그게 문제가 심각한 거라 그 변호를 잘해야 돼요.
그러니까 우리가 전화들이 원한 대로 우리는 다 오픈했으니까 그럼 오픈할 거고.
All right, stop. Now tell us that.
She says she will open the bar as they
I can't
want.
understand you, man.
She will open the bar. She opens the bar and she will open the bar.
She opens the bar.
Yeah.
And what does she have to say about the fact that people are outside, people can't get in a bar? She's saying the bar is open?
그건 어떻게 얘기할 거냐고.
그거는 백화 들어오면은
못 들어왔다고 지금 저 사람들이 그런 건 어떻게 할 거냐고.
그거는 거짓말이고.
She said they had lied.
They're not telling the truth.
No,
I
they're not
see.
telling the truth.
All right. All right, commissioners have any questions, or council? No questions. Anything else she wants to say?
청소는 우리가 에브리데이 한다고.
Yeah, she cleans every day. Front and side, she cleans every day.
Cleans every day? Mm-hmm. What else? What about the smell?
냄새 나는 건
그 뒤에 빌딩이 안 좋은 거가 있어. 거기서 에브리가 거기 가서 사람들이 어딘도 가서 싸고 하는데.
trash in the rear. It's not her responsibility. She
Trash in
said.
the rear is not a responsibility?
I mean, someone,
is
the
it on-
neighbors put the trashes, and she reported
Other
police.
people put it there,
Yeah, other people.
but on her property.
아줌마, 그 아니에요?
옆에 거.
side.
우리 거 아니고 다른 건물이 노고 이거는 우리 거고 여기 건물도 거다.
She said the smells come from not her building, the building beside her building.
Okay.
empty.
The building beside her building is empty.
Now, everybody has testified that the bar is not open when it's supposed to be open. Ask her about that. Not true.
Not true.
Okay. Now, who besides her in this 20 hours a day works in the bar?
아줌마 말고 누구 일하냐?
아들 둘.
Two sons,
저기 일하는 애 둘.
two employees. She and her husband, 6 people.
Now, I have, with respect to punishment, if any, I have a charge here of 7/21/2010, and I don't know what the charge is. What was it?
These two go together. Michelle says these two are together.
These two here?
Yeah, the first two. No, this
Oh,
one
the
and this
first
one are
two.
together.
This two. So that was a minor. All right, so in 2010, she was violated sales to a minor, and then in 2009, sale to minor again. Is that correct?
2009년하고
Tell her, 2 sales to a minor.
2009년도 10년도에 두번 그 나이 어린 사람한테 팔았었어요.
That's it?
Yes.
No other charges?
Yes, the employee.
Now, with
the
respect to
employee did it.
punishment, I find that she is responsible for the charge of not having the bar owner. The evidence seems to be overwhelming. Now, with respect to punishment, does she want to say anything about what we should do about it? Tell her that I found her responsible for not having the bar open when it should be open.
말을 오픈해야 되는데 안 했기 때문에 저한테 책임이 있대요. 그거에 대해서 어떻게 생각하냐고. She admitted.
Hmm?
She admitted.
She admits it. All right, but what does she want us to do? What does she think is an appropriate punishment?
그래서 뭘 어떻게 하고 했으면 좋겠냐.
근데 이제 그냥 놀고 아니 서울님
아니 아저씨가 뭘 했으면 좋겠냐고. 지금 벌로 뭘 받고 싶냐고. 뭐 이제
All right, what are you saying, ma'am?
하라고 그러니까. Fine.
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 She wants a fine. All right, I'm ready for, any commissioners have anything else before I finish my sentence?
No.
All right, I find she is responsible for the charges. And one of the things we have to take into consideration is her past violations.
옛날에 바이올레이션이 있어가지고 옛날에 그 마이너한테 팔은 거.
And of course, the position of the community with respect to the bar. No, I'm talking now, you translate. Now, in this particular case, the reaction of the community is terrible. And I have to say that your defense lacks any type of reasonableness in convincing me that mercy should be given in this case. You obviously have a bar that's out of control. Now, we're not here on the revocation of the license, fortunately for you. But we are here as to what we should do based upon all the facts as to what we have now received as a commission with respect to how you operate this bar, not only in violation of not being open, but also a lot of other things. You're not charged with the other things, but it's all circumstantial about what we should do. I find this is a very serious case, and I think it's time to send you a message. And therefore, I believe that this bar should be closed for 3 months, starting today, and a fine of $1,000.
How many?
Three, $1,000. $1,000 fine, 3 months closure. Did you hear?
No, can you?
All right, commissioners? You don't have to say anything yet. Go ahead.
I'll yield to the commission.
Yield.
Oh, I took the lead the last two. Go ahead.
You've admitted responsibility, so obviously I agree with the finding of responsibility. And the question is what fine to be imposed. And I do think that a period of closure is appropriate, given the severity of the negative impact on the community. And you can tell her that, please? You're operating your bar in a way that is harmful to the community. You've made it difficult for your neighbors to live peacefully. And it is clear you are not operating your bar in compliance with the law. And that for a long period of time, you have not operated your bar in compliance with the law. This afternoon, you have consistently blamed other people for the problems and said it's not your responsibility to clean your establishment. I would like you to tell her what I just said. Okay, and so for those reasons, I agree with the chairman that your establishment should be closed for 3 months.
No, she said she did.
No, I want you to please tell her that I agree with the chairman's recommendation that this bar be closed for 3 months. Thank you.
New fine?
Oh, and I agree with the fine of $1,000.
Commissioner Jones?
It's an easy case when we talk in terms of whether or not you're responsible for the charge placed against you. It's easy because the evidence is overwhelming that you are responsible. When you look at the punch list of things that are occurring at your establishment, it's a long list. You have the police department, you have members of the community, all attesting to the same facts. And it's, I'm sorry, go ahead. I just got carried away just a minute. And the councilman came out trying to represent you as well as the neighbors that surround your establishment. You denied him entry to the establishment. You even told him that the television was broken. Now, with all these variables, all these facts, I have no choice but to agree with my other two commissioners. 3 months closure, $1,000 fine.
All right, how long do you need to pay the fine?
어떻게 언제 내는
1 month? What? I can't hear you.
아니 벌금 낼 수 있는 시간이 얼마나 필요한지.
I can't hear you, man. What's the answer?
Anytime she can pay. Anytime she can pay.
Anytime. I'll still give her 2 weeks. And the closure is immediate, starting today. All right, next case. You have our decision. Does she understand
Go
it?
talk to the lady on the end. Talk to her at the end.
All right, call the next case.
Lori Schuster-Trutella, T&M, Washington Boulevard, trade name Smiley's
Move down.
Tavern, 25.2 Washington Boulevard. This is a Class BD7. There's a violation of 3 rules here. There's a violation of Rule 306, sanitation and safety, that occurred on October 31st. There's a violation of Rule 307, restroom facilities, that also occurred on October 31st. And then there's an illegal conduct charge, Rule 418, also occurring on October 31st, 2014.
All right, swear all the witnesses.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, go ahead, sir, present your case.
I just want to let the board know, I spoke with the gentleman here who's representing Smiley's, and he said he's not going to contest the case. I was just going to read a brief statement.
All right, let's find out his name. New name, sir?
Miles Terry.
Miles, and spell your last name.
Terry.
Terry?
Terry.
Terry.
Why? Terry.
And what is your relationship to the licensee?
This is my wife, technically.
Your wife is a licensee,
Yes.
and her name is
Laura Chiricella.
Laura Ciccarelli?
Chiricella.
Chiratella.
Chiricella.
Okay. And you're now admitting the facts. What facts are you admitting?
All of them.
All facts. All right, go ahead, sir. Your name for the record and so forth.
Thomas Ackers on behalf of Baltimore City Liquor License Board. On September 30th, 2014, approximately 12:45 p.m., Inspector Joanne Martin of the Board of Liquor License Commissioners of Baltimore City conducted an inspection of the facility known as Smiley's Tavern located at 2522 Washington Boulevard. Inspector Martin is standing to my left. On that date, Inspector Martin observed within the establishment that the men's bathroom was in an unacceptable condition. Their bare wood floor was exposed. The walls were constructed of bare cinder block and had holes in them, which exposed the outside elements. There were also exposed wiring coming from the ceiling. In addition, Inspector Martin discovered that the establishment lacked a valid trader's license. Inspector Martin returned to Smiley's Tavern on October 17, 2014 to re-inspect the establishment and found that violations had not been abated. Inspector Martin then returned to Smiley's Tavern again on October 21st to re-inspect the establishment to determine if violations had been corrected. Inspector Martin found that none of the violations she discovered on September 30, 2014 had been abated. At that time, she was also accompanied by our chief inspector, who's also present at the far end of the table here. At the time the photos were taken, and at that date, the photos were taken of the lack of abatement of those nuisances. At that time, Inspector Martin returned to Smiley's Tavern on November 7, 2014 to re-inspect the establishment and found the violations had not been abated. In addition, Inspector Martin found that while there was some work being performed in the men's bathroom, it was being done without the issuance of proper building permits. And I'd make a motion to move the file into evidence. I believe it's in front of you there, Your Honor.
All right, granted, mark the file.
Your Honor, all events occurred in Baltimore City, state of Maryland, and that would be the city's case. We actually do have a witness from Morrill Park, I believe, present, who would like to testify as well.
All right. Since the facts are admitted, they become the evidence, and we'll go ahead to hear the next witness.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol McCoy. I'm president of Morrill Park Community Association.
C-A-R-R-O-L-L?
Yes, sir. Here's a little bit of Morrill Park news. Little piece.
And your last name, ma'am?
McCoy.
McCoy. I know you've been here before, but...
I'm not the real McCoy, but that's my
Can I say something before she speaks?
Sure.
We are closing for business, so it doesn't, I mean, I know what you're gonna say, so, yeah, we're done. So, before you go, we're done. call.
Tell me exactly what you mean. So, and you-
I am
and you are
shutting
voicing
it
this-
down.
Wait a minute, you're talking on behalf of your wife?
Yes,
And she's authorized you to say
yes,
this?
we are done. Too much, way too much.
When you say done, you're gonna surrender your
Done,
license?
so I mean, that's why I need to find out what I needed to do, so.
You gotta turn your license in.
All right, that's fine.
You're gonna turn it in today?
Done, I'll bring it by today.
Thank you, dear
Commissioners, it
Jesus.
seems to resolve the case. Do you agree with me?
Well, I just want to make sure you're not going to try to
No,
sell the
I can
license. You're
bring
not
it- I
going to,
can bring it by later.
hold. You're not going to sell the license. You're not going to transfer the license. You're shutting down operation
Yeah, it's
today.
been shut down.
Well, today, you're turning the
I
license in.
mean,
We're gonna-
I
I'm gonna
didn't
send
know
it,
what to
I'm gonna
do.
send an inspector
I'm
out
just
to
saying, I
get
didn't
you.
know
Wait a
exactly
minute.
the steps.
One person at a time. I'm gonna send an inspector out to get
Yeah.
your license.
Oh, okay,
You understand that?
so I need to be there?
Sure. What time? Inspector Martin, do you wanna send yourself or?
Yeah,
Ms.
all right, cool.
Mr. Jones is gonna come out. What time can he get your license?
When can you be there?
Come on, folks.
That works for
5
me.
o'clock, okay?
Yes.
All right, commissioners, the case over with?
I just want to make very clear, you are in fact married to Laura Chiricella. You said that she's your wife technically. Legally, she is your wife, and legally, you have the authority to make the representations and statements that you've just made. All right, thank you.
Mrs. Commissioner Jones, are you okay?
Based on the information we're receiving today, I would call this case closed. However, the facts aren't as they are, as they have been stated. We will bring this back before the board.
Of course. All right. Matter terminated by agreement. And, sir, turn your license at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
Call the next case.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say it's a privilege and an honor to have a license, and bar owners have to realize that. That's my only thing. Here's a small part.
Thank you very much.
All right, call your next case.
Morris Smith, Chesapeake Consulting Crew, trade name Coburns. It's at 2921 O'Donnell Street. It's a BD7, beer, wine, and liquor. Violation of 418 from October 25th. This one, I believe, we're going to
Wait a
dismiss.
minute. We got a prosecutor here. I mean,
Yeah.
Don't,
Let him
don't,
do his thing.
don't become a part of the.
Yes, sir. I just wanted, he looked around for it. That's why I was looking.
All right,
Yes, Your Honor.
This case is called, and your name, sir?
My name is Thomas Akers on behalf of Baltimore City Liquor Board. May I turn my back to the commission?
Yes.
Is anyone here present for Morris Smith, Chesapeake Consulting Crew? Your Honor, there is no one present now, but after discussions with Madam Executive Secretary, we're going to dismiss the charges for today, Your Honor. Maybe
All right.
bring them back in the future.
Charges dismissed. Any questions, Commissioner?
No.
All right,
No
call the
questions.
next case.
Brian Grace, Paul Gunshaw, Fireball Entertainment, trade name The Big Easy, 2000 Eastern Avenue. This is a Class D.
Is this the last case?
No, there's one more.
Okay.
Beer, wine, liquor, and adult entertainment license. This is a violation of Rule 3.12, Public Welfare, regarding a September 21st fight that occurred on the club. There's another violation of Rule 3.02, Cooperation, again for September 21st violation.
All right. Enter your appearance.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Peter Priebus on behalf of the licensees, Brian Grace and Paul Gunschel. Brian Grace is to my immediate right.
All right, swear all witnesses.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
All right, present your case. sir.
Thomas Akers on behalf of Baltimore City Liquor Board. We will be calling first Officer Minaya, the Baltimore City Police Department.
How do you spell his last name?
M-I-N-A-Y-A. Is that correct, sir? Yes, sir.
And your first name?
Juan,
How do you spell it?
J-U-A-N.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
How long have you worked with Baltimore City Police Department?
7 years.
And what are your duties now that you've been assigned to the Baltimore City Police Department?
Patrol division.
And were you working on patrol on September 21st, 2014, approximately 12:45 p.m.?
Yes.
And did you have an occasion to visit a location called the Big Easy Cabaret at the 2000 block of Eastern Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And what city and state is that located in?
Baltimore Baltimore City, state of Maryland.
And could you please describe the events that led you to come to that location on that date and time?
Yes. I was en route back to our station at 5710 Eastern Avenue. My radio battery was running low. When I was at the light on 2000 block of Fleet Street, a man on a bicycle approached me and said that some people were being assaulted with a baseball bat in front of the Big Easy. So I went to the location. Upon arrival, I just saw people scattering. There was a crowd, and they were just gathering there.
How many people did you observe when you say a crowd?
10 to 15.
And where were they standing in relation to the bar?
About half a block up from the bar.
Okay. About how many feet would you say that would be?
Approximately 20 to 30 feet.
Okay. And when you came to the bar, what, if anything, did you do?
I spoke to the bouncer, who was dressed in black, a white male, and I asked him what had happened, and he said that a fight broke.
Overruled.
That a fight broke from inside and spilled outside onto the street.
Fight what?
Broke inside of the
Inside.
location and spilled outside.
And spilled outside.
What, if anything, did the bouncer say in regards to the fight? In terms of how many people?
Yeah, you have a continuing objection, overruled.
He advised that the people were inside at a private party, and they just broke out, and once the people came outside, a guy with a baseball bat came assaulting the patrons that were inside.
So somebody from outside with a baseball bat came
Yes.
to the bar
Yes.
and then assaulted individuals?
Yes.
Did that person with the baseball bat, from what you heard, come into the bar? Or did the baseball bat incident take place outside the bar?
From what I was told, it occurred outside.
Okay. And you said that when you came to the scene, there were a number of individuals in the area.
Yes.
Could you describe their condition in terms of their clothing?
Some were, a couple were without a shirt. One was with a torn shirt. They had light minor injuries, scratches, light bruising.
Based on your observations, did they indicate that did it indicate to you that it seemed they were in a scuffle, a fight?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And what did you do after hearing this information from the bouncer?
Well, I was there with the bouncer, and then another male came from inside the bar, and said that no fight occurred inside, that everything occurred outside of the bar. So,
And do you see this man here today?
yes.
Okay, could you point him out? Oh, who are you pointing?
Your name, sir? Richard. Oh, you're the one that's been pointed to?
Yes.
And your last name?
And
What? I got the full name. Richard Maria? Marino.
Marino, Your Honor, Marino.
Thank you.
And what, if anything, did Mr.
He said it was outside, not inside.
Yes.
But did Mr. Marino confirm that the patrons, or that the fight that occurred outside involved patrons that came from the bar?
Yes.
And where did the fight occur when he said outside? Just outside?
Right outside the bar, in front of the bar.
Okay. What did you do next?
Well, everybody started leaving from in front of the bar, from in front of the block. Since it was diffused already, I continued en route to the station to change my battery. However, the lieutenant that was working that night asked for a Spanish-speaking officer, so I responded back in less than 2 minutes. And they had the same individuals I observed staggering around the location.
Where did you respond?
Back to the 2000 block of Eastern Avenue.
In front of the bar, Big Easy?
No, at that time they were approximately half a block up from the bar. The lieutenant and other additional units had about 5 or 6 individuals sitting down on the sidewalk. They had one in custody, and we just ID'd them.
And what were your responsibilities when you got to the scene?
Well, they wanted me to translate, but apparently they all spoke English, and so I just ID'd two of the individuals that was.
You did what? You ID'd two?
Yes.
And you ID'd them for what?
Just to run record checks of all the individuals that were there.
Well, I mean, why did you pick those two out?
Well, all the other officers they pretty much each officer picked two, and two.
Okay, when you didn't ID them for any particular activity that they performed.
No, just to run a record check. If they
Just
have-
running a routine record check?
Yes.
Go ahead.
When you got to the scene, why, if you can tell the board, were the individuals being held?
Because from the observations of their clothing, and there was indication that they were involved in a fight from the bar.
And was there any reason any other officers had, you know, to the best of your knowledge, were holding them in those 5 individuals
Yes,
in that location?
one was detained because he had a handgun in his vehicle.
And as part of your investigation, an officer's investigation, when you are holding these individuals in relation to an investigation, what, if any, kind of checks do you run?
Warrant checks,
Okay. To determine what?
if they have active warrants in the state of Maryland, in the city, or throughout the country.
And did you conduct any of these warrant checks with any particular individuals there?
Yes.
And what, if anything, occurred when you were conducting those warrant checks on those 2 individuals?
While we were waiting for the responses to come back to the radio, other officers were, like I said, IDing other individuals, and a medic came to check the condition of one of the most severely injured individuals.
And what was the condition of this individual?
He had a knot to his head.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Knot from.
And where'd the medic come from? Out of the crowd?
No, from the fire department. We requested a medic to check.
From the fire department?
Yes.
Okay.
What were the conditions of his clothing?
Slightly torn.
And what, if anything, did he tell you about what happened to him and where it happened?
No,
Overruled. You have a continuing objection.
he didn't want to say it. He was very uncooperative.
Okay. Was there anybody else that you talked to that evening
Yes.
in that
group.
circumstance, in that group? And what, if anything, did they say to you?
Overruled.
That they were inside the location for a private party, and that a fight broke out from inside, and it continued outside.
Okay. Was there any more information they gave you in regards to the party and or the fight?
No.
Okay. And what did you do when you returned to the station?
I just changed my battery, and then I was advised because of the fight to write a liquor board violation.
Okay, yeah, we'd be moving as Exhibit A1, a copy of the police report that was written by Officer Minaya.
Judge.
Overruled. Let me see what it is. What report are you referring to?
I have a copy of the police report if you'd like to see it, sir. This is the
The
report.
same one I have,
Yes,
okay.
you do have this, sir.
Admit it. Have you admitted the file?
I'll make a motion to admit the whole file. I don't know if he has the file yet. I'll make a motion
that's
to admit
included
the
in the
file.
file.
That's included in the file.
Objection.
Oh, you want to look at the file?
I've seen it. I'm objecting that it come in,
And which parts are you objecting to? The whole file or some part?
the whole file.
Let me see the file, please. You gonna make me work? All right, the report comes in. Let's see what else. We have another report here. That's on behalf of Dr. Gardner. Is he going to testify?
No, Officer Gardner is not present. This was a report written by, I believe, Officer Gardner in regards to the handgun that was recovered.
So Officer Gardner wrote the report,
Correct, Your Honor.
and he's not going to testify.
No, he will not be testifying. I just asked to move the report into evidence, sir.
Wish to have any argument as to why it should be moved in?
Your Honor, it is information, it's a business record, and it is information related to the incident that occurred and the allegations that were written down by police officers who were present at the time.
And I see we also have an MOU by Mr. Birch in the file. And also in the file, we have Mr. Corbin. Is he here?
No, he actually signed an affidavit, Your Honor. He is out of the country, and that's the affidavit, and Defense Counsel has copies of all the exhibits, Your Honor.
All right. And in addition to that, we have, where'd this all come from? Ivan Lopez.
Mr. Birch.
Is he going to testify?
Yes, this is Mr. Birch's attachment that he provided to the liquor board. There is, those were attachments in regards to the arrest
do some individually, and we'll deal with it when we can. I'm gonna admit Officer Milo's report as Exhibit 1.
May I just state something for the record with regard to that exhibit, Your Honor? Counsel has indicated that it is a business record. With regard to administrative proceedings, we all know that hearsay is admissible and sometimes can be the sole evidence for the board to rely on. However, that hearsay evidence must be credible and probative. There are certain statements that are attributed to non-police officers in those reports. There are no names taken down for those police officers. There's no opportunity to figure out who the officer's talking about to subpoena those witnesses. So that those part of the reports should certainly not come in, and that's the basis of the
Well, I'm going to
objection.
deal with him, as I said before, individually. The first one I'm admitting is his report, indicating Officer, I'm sorry, I lost your name.
Manaya.
Manaya. And I'll deal with the rest when we get to it.
Yes, sir. I'm just stating for the record.
All right, go ahead. Now, do you have any, you finished with this witness?
No, Your Honor, I just have a couple
Go
questions.
ahead.
You said you were present, just directing your attention back to the second time, you were present when the handgun arrest was made, correct?
Yes.
And did you get an opportunity to speak with Officer Steigerwald at all?
Yes.
In regards to the matter? And what, if anything, did he tell you in regards to his observations concerning the arrest?
Objection.
Overruled. This is, we get to the second report, is that right?
Correct, sir.
When some of the individuals that we had sitting down, they were about to enter a vehicle, I believe it was an Audi. When they opened the door, he saw the gun case and recognized it as a gun case. And got the gun case and opened it, there was a gun there.
Sir,
That was an Audi.
Excuse me?
That was an Audi car.
An Audi.
Audi.
okay. Were you present when the gun was recovered?
No, it was already.
So you were informed that a gun was recovered
Right.
from the vehicle?
Yes.
And that they had a suspect in custody?
Yes.
In regards to that handgun?
Yes.
Okay. And were you present at all when the officer bagged the gun for evidence or took control of that weapon?
No, it was already out the vehicle and placed on the trunk. I mean, on the trunk of the vehicle.
And did any of the officers tell you how they came to that situation where the gun was recovered?
Objection.
Well, they were responding due to the fact that I had called for additional units because of the crowd that I initially saw.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as them, once they observed the vehicle, or when they opened the door of the vehicle, I'm not sure because I came afterwards.
Mm-hmm. That's when the gun
Yeah,
was
that's
found?
when that's when
Okay, okay. Your Honor, based on the general testimony of the officer, I'm just going to be asking that we admit as A2 a copy of the police report, which was written by Officer Gardner, which indicates that the gun was found in the vehicle and that the reason why the officers were called to the scene was based on issues that stemmed from the club, the Big Easy Cabaret at 2000 block of Eastern Avenue. That's why the
Objection.
officers...
Police report doesn't say that.
And what did you say about A2? Where did A come from?
A1 is the first police report.
One is the first one. So this is just
A2 is the second one. Yes, A2. Yes, Your Honor.
Mark it as, I admit it. No objections. Now, what did you have to say, sir?
I'm sorry.
We're on the Gardner report.
Yes, sir. The first issue is counsel is requesting that it be admitted into evidence. I've objected.
True.
You've overruled that. In addition, counsel has made certain remarks regarding what the police report says. Objection. Police report speaks for itself if it's in.
That's
It did
true.
not say anything about
Well, but
anything
that's-
originating from the bar.
That's his opinion. What do you object to that he said that it doesn't say?
That the gun somehow had relation to the bar.
Had what?
Had some type of relationship to the bar, that there was some
Oh.
correlation between...
The connection with
the connection between the gun and the bar.
The gun,
Right.
and the bar.
Yes, sir.
All right, we will see. At
Thank you,
this
sir.
time, I'm going to allow it. You can renew your objection after the testimony is complete, so that I can review it and rule finally on your objection.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
And Your Honor, just to address the point that counsel raised, what I said was the gun was recovered because police were responding to the Big Easy, which is what the report says, and they saw these individuals and and there was some suspicious activity, and the gun was then recovered.
All right, and where was the car with respect to the bar?
Half a block up
On what street?
on Eastern Avenue,
Eastern Avenue. By half a block, what are you talking about in feet and yards?
20 to 30 feet.
20 to 30 feet?
Yes.
You call that a half a block?
Yeah.
Okay. Seems rather close to me.
I mean, we were at walking distance close from the bar.
All right, any other questions?
No, Your Honor, just asked them to remove the.
All right, that's done, subject to objections.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I ask some more questions?
Of
When
this
you-
officer?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
When you got to the scene after you spoke to those individuals, did you notice any members from the community, any individuals who had come out of their house in relation to this event and were making observations?
Yes.
How many would you say that you saw?
8 to 10 across the street, right across the street from where we had the individual stop.
Did any of those individuals come up to you, ask you any questions?
No.
Okay. No further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you. Officer Minaya, you indicated you were on the red light in Fleet Street headed eastbound back to Southeast District.
Yes.
And you were flagged down by a gentleman on a bicycle, and he said there was a commotion in front of the Big Easy.
Yes.
Not inside the Big Easy. He said in front of the Big Easy.
Fine.
And you went up the street. Did you go up the wrong way up Washington Street?
No.
You went around?
Right by the Burger King.
You went through the Burger King parking lot?
Right.
Okay. And about what time did you get in front of the bar? About 12:45?
Yes.
And this establishment closes at 1 o'clock, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you witnessed that there was an obvious commotion out in front of the Big Easy?
Yes.
And the people were headed eastbound towards the Burger King?
Yeah, they were walking toward the Burger King.
Okay, and the Burger King is on the other side of, what is that, the name of that alley street between the Big Easy and Burger King, if you recall? Castle. Okay, and there's a JH Saloon on the other side of Eastern Avenue on Castle and Eastern?
I'm not sure.
Okay, and then the Burger King is on the opposite side of Eastern Avenue from the Big Easy? It's on
Yes,
the
it's on
south
that-
side
it's on that
up between Castle and Chester, right?
Right.
And then there's the Rita's is there too, right? Used to be. Never mind. In any event, when you got there, you said you observed about, what did you say, 10 to 15 people
Yes.
that looked like they were involved in an altercation?
Yes.
Did you see any punches or anything? Or
No active fighting. I did not observe. I just observed the people telling their buddies or people who they went with, "Come on, let's go, let's go."
move on, and they were headed east towards Burger King.
What they were, but once they saw me, they went the opposite way.
Okay, all right. And did you initially see the gentleman that was stopped in the Audi in the vehicle?
Yes.
You could see that from your perspective
Once I got out the vehicle, he was with the group.
the first time?
Yes, first time.
Okay. And the Audi was parked on the other side of Eastern Avenue from the Big Easy down
No,
towards,
it was parked on the Big Easy side,
it was parked on the Big Easy side?
facing westbound.
Facing westbound, and that was, you said about a half a block, so that was up by Castle?
Almost.
Almost to Castle. Okay, and you didn't see any gentlemen with baseball bats or any objects at that point? You got there, everybody had scattered?
Yes.
All right, and the other officers had dealt with the individual who was in the vehicle up by Castle, right?
Yes.
All right, and then were you instructed to talk to anyone from the Big Easy, or were you just trying to gather information?
No, well, there was a lieutenant there, and he asked for all of us to just ID everybody that was sitting down. They had everybody sitting down.
That's the second time?
Yes, the
When
second
you
time.
first got there, right?
Uh-huh.
All right, you said you first talked to a bouncer,
Yes.
and did you get his name?
No,
Why not?
this situation was diffused already, and they were locked.
Okay. So you spoke with this bouncer, and then you said another individual, the manager, Mr. Marino, came out?
Yes,
And Mr. Marino said that there was no fight in the inside.
in the inside, exactly.
All right, and then the bouncer confirmed that, right?
No, the bouncer said the fight happened inside, that he had to kick a few people out, and that it spilled outside.
Okay, but you had indicated in your direct testimony that from what you had learned, the fight, there were people from inside the establishment, but the fight was outside. Is that what you said?
Objection, that's not what he said.
What did he say?
He said that when he went and he spoke to the bouncer, that the bouncer informed him that the fight occurred inside and then spilled outside. Counsel stating that officer said that from what he heard, the fight occurred outside. Just,
I thought his report said that the bouncer said that the fight occurred outside.
no, the bouncer said that the fight occurred inside and then spilled
Oh,
outside.
the bouncer, yes.
Yes, and he's saying that the bouncer told him the fight was outside.
No, I agree. That's what the report said. Sustained.
Okay, well, tell me what you said earlier over the speaking objection. Tell me what you testified in direct.
Your Honor.
Maybe I misunderstood you.
I'll withdraw.
That when my initial approach to the bouncer, I asked him what happened. He said the fight broke from inside, which spilled outside, and the people were leaving.
Okay, and did you get any details about the
said
nature or the extent of
He
the
said
fight on the
someone
inside?
brought a bat outside.
Outside?
Yes.
Okay, maybe that was my confusion there. The bat never entered the premises.
Right.
The gentleman came toward the outside of the front of the premises with a bat.
Exactly.
Okay, and that gentleman had already been put out from what you had learned?
Yeah, well, he wasn't there.
Okay, was he in the premises that night or not?
I'm not sure.
Okay, did you go into the premises?
No,
Did you request security tapes?
no,
Did you witness any broken items or signs of an altercation inside the premises?
no.
And you said that you didn't do that because the situation was dispelled at that point.
Diffused, yes.
Diffused, I'm sorry. And it was only until you went back to the station that the lieutenant, you said, requested that you do a report?
Yes,
And was that Lieutenant Colburn?
yes,
Okay, and Lieutenant Colburn signed off on that report?
yes,
And there was another supervisor, Officer Staggerwall, that signed off on the report regarding the gentleman in possession of a handgun?
yes, he signed that one.
And those police reports are under the same police report number?
Yes,
Was your report filed with Central Records?
With what?
With Central Records?
yes. To my knowledge, I've handed it to them, to Lieutenant Colburn, and he sends it forward.
Okay, you're not involved in the processing of the report
No,
once it's
no.
written?
They
You
sign
give it,
off, I give it to
you
him.
you give it to the supervisor signs off, and then
Exactly.
what happens to it from there doesn't involve you.
Yes,
I understand. Okay, thank you. All right, and why is it that it's the same police report number?
The same incident and location.
Okay, and yours doesn't say supplement or anything like that?
My continuation has a supplement page.
I understand that, but it's not an amended report, it's not a supplemental report, it's your own report with the same complaint number on it?
Yes.
Gotcha, all right. Now, you went, so you're indicating that the licensee failed to cooperate with you because the bouncer said there wasn't a fight and the manager says there was a fight that started inside and the bouncer said there wasn't?
Objection, I think the board has brought those charges, not the officer himself.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Now, you left the scene. You were at the end of your shift?
Yes, that's about 4 in the morning or so. I was working overtime that night, so I didn't work the whole shift.
Okay. But you got to the corner of Eastern and Washington about 12:45?
Is this a 1 o'clock license?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You got there about 12:45?
Yep.
And how long were you there the first time before you left?
5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, so it's around 1 o'clock?
Right.
And you started back in your vehicle towards Southeast District
Yes.
Station? And you got called back?
Right.
About what time?
2 minutes after I left.
Okay, so it wasn't about 4 in the morning, it was
I
about...
didn't even reach Patterson Park.
Okay, so it's a little bit after 1.
Right.
All right, and you were asked to assist with translation?
Right, and identification of the individual.
Okay, when it turned out that they spoke English, then you helped ID some of the gentlemen that were detained sitting on the curb, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you did that?
Yes.
And no warrants came back?
No.
And did you get any names?
2.
Did you write them down?
Yes, they're in my citizen contact book.
But they're not in your police report?
No.
Okay, and those individuals, out of those 2 individuals, did either one of them tell you that they were in the Big Easy that night?
Yes.
And what was his name, or her name?
I don't have the names on.
Okay, and how about the second individual? Did they say they were in the Big Easy?
Yes, they were all together in a private party.
In a private party at the Big Easy?
Yes.
Okay, and did they say anything about the fight?
That the fight broke out. They didn't go into particulars as why the fight, but that the fight broke out and they exited. They left the location.
Okay, well, the place was closing anyway, right?
Yes.
Okay, and as they were leaving, this gentleman came at them with a bat?
Yes.
And they were running up the street?
They weren't running, but they were fighting back.
They were fighting back?
Yes.
Okay, and they weren't charged?
No, they all refused to cooperate. They didn't want to go to Southeast District to be interviewed by the detectives.
Okay, and so there were how many individuals on the curb?
About 5 to 6, so.
Okay, and did you speak to the other 3 or 4?
No.
Okay, and then the one individual who was in the car, he was arrested for possession of a handgun?
He was already in cuffs. Yes.
And he was already in cuffs, and you didn't speak to him?
No.
He was being handled by
Another
another officer? Okay. So the 2 individuals you talked to told you they were at a party in the Big Easy, that a fight broke out, and that as they were coming out, somebody came at them with a bat?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think you already said this, but you never went in the bar? Did you?
No.
No. And did you make any observations about the type of security, the nature of the security camera system, or anything like that?
No.
Okay. No further questions, thank
Any
you.
redirect?
Just a couple quick questions. When you first approached the scene and you had come in contact with the 10 to 15 individuals, you stated were walking on Eastern Avenue. What, if anything, did you hear the individuals say,
Objection.
Overruled.
if you can recall?
No, it's over with. We're leaving. They were just walking and trying to avoid me.
Did anybody say anything about going to Rita's Icy store? Anybody say anything about going to Burger King?
No.
Okay. And you had also said that you got off at 4 a.m. or something like that. Was that when you got off your shift?
Yes.
And not when you returned to the scene, correct?
No.
You returned to the scene 2 minutes after
Right.
you were called. Okay. And now, citizen contact sheets. If you could explain to the board, what's citizen contact?
It's just a form. Every time we stop someone, either a car stop or if they're on foot, we just stop them, ID them. If they have ID, we write their name down and why we stop them. It's just to document why we stop them.
Now, are you required, whenever you write an incident report, that you include the names of every individual that you've issued a citizen contact sheet?
No.
If there's an incident report written?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No further questions.
All right, call your next witness. Commissioner's question, excuse me.
I just want, how far is the Big Easy from Cristo Rey Jesuit High School? If you know.
Is it that it used to be St. Elizabeth's
Yes.
School?
Yes.
It's a block down.
1 block down? Okay, thank you.
St. Elizabeth's not there anymore?
They changed it, I believe. Yeah, they changed the name.
You talking about St. Elizabeth Church, the school beside it? Patterson Park?
No.
Okay, I'm just
Okay.
curious.
I'm actually going to, when I call my next witness, she can actually testify to that.
Okay.
It was actually Holy Rosary.
Okay, thank you. I'll be right back.
Can I continue?
Yes, please. Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, calling my next witness. If you want to state your name.
Chrissy Anderson, and
Ms. Anderson, Christie, and
Chrissy, and I'm here on behalf of Victor Corbin, his son's affidavit.
here for Victor Corbin.
Yes.
And if you could state,
Your Honor, may I state my objection now? If at all appropriate, Ms. Anderson, I don't believe she's a fact witness. If she is, then I withdraw any objection. But if there is any testimony not related to the incident, I object at this time before the board has made a finding.
Is she here to tell what Victor Corbin wrote?
she's here as a representative of the community association. She may be able to provide general testimony in regards to the Big Easy and its effect on the community, and she's here to submit the affidavit into evidence by Victor Corbin, who is out of the country.
I object, and I object to the board having received information not specifically related to this incident prior to any finding of guilt.
Well, here's
I
what
feel
I'm
it's
going to do.
inappropriate.
I'm going to admit it, that dependent upon what facts are shown to be in the report, which I'm not familiar with. So I can't rule on your objection accurately at this point. So I'll withhold my decision, and I'm going to let her testify, and we'll see what happens. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. If you could, you state your name, just state what community association you're from.
I'm Chrissy Anderson. I'm the president of the Fells Prospect Community Association.
Prospect?
Fells Prospect, FPCA.
Fells Prospect?
Yes. Victor Corbin's our outgoing president. I'm incoming.
And your position with the community association is what?
I'm the president.
Go ahead, sir.
And if you could you tell the board your experience generally with the Big Easy, what, if any, experience you've had with the Big Easy?
I myself have not had much experience. I did grow up in the area, so I am familiar with the establishment in terms of the business itself.
So you grew up in the area?
I lived here my entire life, and I grew up and went to elementary, middle school in Fells Point and Canton, so I'm very familiar. I handle a lot of complaints from our residents, the same ones that Victor is going to speak about in his affidavit.
What, if any, complaints have you fielded in regards to the Big Easy?
Objection.
I'm going to admit this for a different reason, not as to guilt or innocence of the charge, but with respect to punishment in the event your client has been found responsible. That's why I'm admitting it at this point.
Right. I thought it would be more appropriate if and when the board found them guilty of something, but
Well, Mr. Priebus, I got the job, not you.
yes, sir.
So that's what I do. Go ahead.
If you could, what, if any, complaints have you received from community members in regards to this particular establishment?
We've handled many, many noise complaints, violations of our MOU, complaints about the fight being disturbed by that.
Ms. Anderson, is it many, many complaints? Violation MOU? We don't know. You gotta be specific. As much as your memory can tell us. You're talking about many, many complaints. Is it 3, 50, 1,000? I don't know what you're talking about.
I myself have received about 2 to 4, maybe. I can't say the exact number off the top of my head. They are generally in regard to the music, specifically the bass being too loud, the blinking sign out front, the, I guess they're called,
The blinking sign.
there's it's not a sign, it's a light that kind of goes around that flashes constantly.
That's not allowed?
Per the MOU, it is not.
You say you have an MOU.
We do have an MOU, and it is not allowed. Yes, we do.
That bar, according to what I read in the file, has changed hands a number of times. Are you talking about the current ownership?
That's something that actually Debbie's going to testify with. I just took over, so I don't have all the information.
If you're not sure.
It was given to Richie, which is the manager.
Well, can we admit that this is the current ownership or not?
I'd be happy to look at the MOU to see if it's signed by the current owners.
Go ahead, let's check. Let's get past this. I want to find out if these complaints complaints came through with this ownership or with somebody else.
And I'd like to clarify that Richie is the manager.
Just want to make sure. Okay. Your Honor. Your Honor, I spoke with counsel. I don't believe there's any objection to this MOU.
I don't know that it's appropriate for the entire case, but I stipulate that this MOU is the MOU that was signed by the current licensee ownership. Yes, sir.
I asked you to admit any fact. All right, now let me ask you about this bar. I noticed in the record that it has an entertainment. Is that true? Permission, has a license for entertainment?
Adult entertainment.
Hmm?
Adult entertainment.
All right, so maybe you can tell me, what does that permit? Music or what? What is the entertainment include?
Adult entertainment would permit, the definition of adult entertainment under the Baltimore City Licensing Article 15, Section 1 through 33 would allow a definition of nudity and partial nudity.
That's allowed with respect mainly to the block. It applies to this bar too?
Yes, Your Honor. There, around May 1, 1993, there was both the city ordinance passed as well as liquor 12-203. It permits fully nude dancing.
Fully nude.
Yes, sir.
Fully nude, that's not what alcohol. It has to be certain coverage, isn't it?
That's for non-grandfathered places. For non-grandfathered places, they have to wear tops, bikinis, basically.
Well, in this bar, with this respect to this bar,
Right.
Is this bar allowed full nudity?
Yes, sir.
Is that you agree?
That's what I understand.
Okay. Go ahead, Mary.
I'd like to ask if I can read this because this does have the
Go ahead.
information. So again, this is on behalf of Victor Corbin. It says, I, Victor Corbin, hereby declare and affirm under penalty of perjury that the following is true and correct is made from actual knowledge. I am the current president of Fells Prospect Community Association, and my term ends on December 1st, 2014. Chris Anderson is the president-elect and will be speaking on my behalf and for the community association. In Sep-
Do you have a continuing objection?
In September of 2014, I was advised that the Big Easy had a new manager. I decided to take the initiative and reach out to him.
Ma'am, are you going to read this whole report? Is that what you're going to do?
Just the important parts of
Why
it.
don't you introduce the report and let the commissioners decide what's the...
Not a problem.
I'd like to.
Well, we can
I've already
introduce the
read it, and
report
I'm sure the other
and
commissioners have read it.
I've read it. I've
read it
in its entirety.
Your Honor, I'm just going to move that we move that in as exhibit number 3. Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 3, subject to objection. Submitted.
Objection
I'm going
and,
to let you take it apart later on if it deserves being taken apart.
thank you, sir.
Okay, so that's in. What else?
Yes, Your Honor. Next, I'd actually like to call Mr. Birch.
Now, let me,
wait, hold.
let me look at a few things on this report.
Sorry.
Among other things, it says that two neighbors were in a bar at the time of the fight. And they live in the 2000 block of Eastern Avenue. They both heard, saw the fight, and indeed it started inside the bar, says the report. The report also says I made every attempt to speak to the new manager, not once but several times, to inform him of this agreement. And then other violations he talks about of the MOU agreement have been reported: sandwich signs, valet parking, an MTA bus stop, and the addition of new blinking lights, an open 6 days a week sign, all new additions to the exterior. Now, how is that a violation of the MOU?
In the MOU, it does explicitly state that there are no signs to be posted, sandwich signs, which are the equivalent of that.
No nudity
Basically-
signs or anything like that?
Yes.
I think you had one at a barber shop.
That was an actual poster that was posted that did say all nude, and it did have a woman in the picture, which is also against the MOU. which
And that's supposed,
specifically
the MOU
states
says you can't have nude signs in a barber shop, or what does it say?
You can't, basically on advertisements, you can't state nude, basically anything that would
Indicate
indicate
that it
it's
has a
in-
nude bar.
Yes, and also it can't,
And then you also have in there, the music must be played at a sound level so that the music and bass are inaudible to neighbors. Is that correct?
Correct.
And, and you've received complaints, according to the report, of music that is audible.
That's correct, and we do have a neighbor that is,
Now, you're president of the association, excuse me for asking so many questions, but have you ever had an audible report by the police department or by the liquor board? Yes or no?
I believe there was one, and one of the community members will testify about that.
But that's with respect to punishment, he's not charged with that today, right?
And he's not charged
No.
with it, correct?
All right, so this is all with respect to possibility of whatever we're gonna do. All right, what else do you wanna say besides the report?
Just what Victor had written in here.
Okay, any other questions?
No other questions, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I actually do have a copy. This is a copy of the MOU straight from our file, Your Honor. It's
I'm sure
it's
Mr.
actually a part of
Previous
the file.
has it.
Yes, Your Honor.
I do,
but
Your Honor.
If you want to introduce for the purposes of.
I've already had it introduced, didn't I?
we
Go
have-
ahead, put it in again if necessary.
Okay.
Mark it. Affidavit regarding events at 2000 Eastern Avenue. Admitted subject to objection. Go ahead.
Thank you.
One comment to the witness here.
Go ahead.
Is it a violation, a zoning violation to have an A-frame or a sandwich board frame and blanking signs on the front? I'm asking, did you know that?
I did know that, and well, yeah, I did know that.
Didn't know what?
The A-frame signs are not permitted per zoning
It's
in
also
Baltimore
in
City.
your MOU.
Yes.
Agreement with the bar, this ownership.
Yes.
Could
I
there be a
believe so.
possible $500 immediate fine if someone would come out and look at it and possibly issue a citation for that?
If you know.
I
If
don't
you
know
know-
what the citation fine, I know there can be a citation, I don't know how much it is, I know it's not cheap.
You might want to check into it. I'm through, sir.
Go ahead. Redirect, recross, whatever.
I don't know if he wants to cross or not.
Ms. Anderson, you personally have not experienced any, you didn't see the fight, right?
I did not see the fight, that is correct.
Okay, and you said
You got a couple of noise complaints, but
I've gotten complaints
Personally.
about that fight specifically, and also noise complaints.
okay. Thank you.
Yes. Next, calling Mr. Robert Birch.
Commissioners, questions?
Oh, sorry. Apologize. Next, calling Mr. Robert Birch.
How do you spell your last name, Mr. Burke?
B-U-R-C-H.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Birch, do you own a property right next to sort of the Big Easy?
I do.
And what was the address of that?
It's 2002 Eastern Avenue.
And I see you've written a letter in regards to this particular case. Could you please explain to the board why you wrote the letter and any kind of concerns that you have in regards to this establishment?
Your Honor, may I take this opportunity to lodge my objection to Mr. Birch? He's not testifying as a fact witness. He's testifying with regard to his other complaints with regard to this establishment.
You read that?
I do not.
You read it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Actually, Your Honor, I'll ask a couple questions. Are you familiar with the events that occurred September 21st, 2014?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with those events?
The first time I learned of the events was through a social media site called Nextdoor Fells Prospect, when a resident of the area asked publicly, does anybody know what happened in the early hours of September 21? That was
And-
probably when I first learned of the events.
And based on an investigation you conducted, what, if anything, did you find out?
Objection.
What I learned is what we've all heard during this hearing today, that there was a fight that had broken out inside the Big Easy. It spilled out onto Eastern Avenue, and then there was an associated handgun violation regarding a guy named Ivan Lopez, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, did you have tenants that live in the property, 2002 Eastern Avenue?
I do. I've had tenants for over 2 years.
Now, what, if any, complaints did they make to you that particular evening, that day, in regards to that event, if any?
Objection.
There were actually no complaints made that particular evening.
Okay. Did they provide any information to you in regards to this incident at all?
No. They were actually unaware that there was an event, an incident, the early morning hours of September 21.
Okay. Did you ever come into contact with anyone who could shared information with you in regards to this event that occurred?
Yes, the following day when I spoke with Victor Corbin, who of course was the president of Fells Prospect at that time, as I was saying, Mr. Corbin had shared with me during the day of September 21 the postings on the social media site that I referred to previously.
Okay. All right. Go on. Tell me more about, so you didn't have any information as to what occurred on the 21st, correct?
Only what I read on the social media site,
Okay.
correct.
What other testimony would you like to give to the board in regards to this particular establishment?
Objection.
Yeah, with respect to the social media, I think everybody's stretching.
Understood, Your Honor.
Sustain his objection.
Understood. Oh, do you have any general, Mr. Birch submitted a letter in regards to issues.
With respect to punishment, in the event that we find responsibilities, what, if any, experience have you had with respect to this establishment during the time of this ownership?
Until, prior to the month of September, actually, there hadn't been any problems since Brian Grace signed the memorandum of understanding and was operating the business, I believe, just 2 nights a week, I believe, even though it was a six-day license. And then around the time Mr. Marino became the manager is really when things have kind of gotten a bit crazy, let's say.
All right, well, tell us what you're talking about. Crazy?
I can't recall any complaints from my tenants during the time that Brian was managing the club. And then again, around the time Mr. Marino became the manager of their club, I've had a regular need to address complaints by my tenants.
Well, what does that mean, regular need to address complaints?
Specifically, for a frequent need. I can't give you the exact number of times or number of complaints. I can only say that the complaints are related specifically to the MOU.
Such as?
Audible music volume and bass.
Have you ever heard it yourself?
Most definitely.
You have?
Yes.
Well, tell us what you heard.
Before Mr. Grace became owner of the business, there was actually a sound test conducted, and that was witnessed by one of the community members that's here behind me, Debbie Ritter, as well as by Victor Corbin. And the purpose of conducting the sound test was to reduce the music volume and bass to a point where it was inaudible. Again, that was when, if I remember correctly, it was Benjamin Pascal was the owner.
So tell us about this. Don't give us all this past history. What about this owner, if anything, you can tell us with respect to complaints?
As I said, Mr. Chairman, the complaints from my tenants began around the time Mr. Marino became the manager of the club.
Again, what were they?
Audible music volume and bass that didn't permit my tenants to enjoy the peace of the neighborhood or get a good night's sleep during the week.
All right, now what was your test of being audible music?
One test.
Are you talking about a scientific test or just your ear, or what are you talking about?
Ear test.
Ear test. And what do you mean by the ear test?
On 2 different incidents. One, prior to the events of September 21, I had Victor Corbin listen to the music and the music volume and bass from within my home with the permission of my tenants, and he determined that it was audible.
Inside your rented house?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you were there?
Yes.
And you could hear it?
Yes.
And how loud was it?
It was loud enough that if I had been in there trying to get a good night's sleep, I wouldn't have fallen asleep.
I see. All right, how many times did this occur?
I don't have an exact number, an exact count. Absolutely more than once.
More than 10?
I would say more than 10. From the time Mr. Marino became the manager of the club, yes.
All right, and what other complaints, if any, did you have?
I would say most recently, and I'm just a quick sentence from the synopsis of my testimony. I simply write here, it's disconcerting that just 1 week ago on November 12 at approximately 10:10 p.m., one of my tenants texted me to advise he had made a 911 call to the Baltimore City Police to once again complain of excessive music volume and bass coming from the strip club.
And was that from your house?
Yes.
Anything else?
Nothing more than what's been
Any more
already.
redirect? Ed Cross.
Thank you. Mr. Birch, as you testified, you don't live there, you just have the tenants.
That is correct.
And that's on 2002, 2004 Eastern Avenue?
That's correct, although my tenants in 2004 have not complained.
Okay. And that, the zoning for your premises is a B3 commercial zone, is that correct?
It is residential. 2002 and 2004 is residential. It was rezoned in 2005 when I got permission to develop the properties.
Okay, but the 2000 Eastern Avenue is Zone B3 commercial, is that correct?
I believe that's the case.
Okay. Now, you sent a letter to the liquor board and you used an address, you used the Eastern Avenue address, is that right?
Referring to which property?
I'm referring to you sent a letter to the liquor board and you signed your name and you put your address as 2000 Eastern Avenue.
I'm as the owner of the property.
As the owner, not,
Right.
okay. All right. Now, have you had discussions with the owners of 2000 Eastern Avenue with regard to them purchasing your property?
Actually, Mr. Grace asked me at around the time that he purchased the Big Easy if I would be interested in selling the property as a crash pad, and there was no further dialogue about it. However, I will say, and if I may add this, that there were at least a couple of meetings, subsequent meetings, when Mr. Grace and Councilman Kraft and I, and then at a later date, a developer named Joe Schultz and Brian and I got together to attempt to find a way to move the business out of the neighborhood.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Commissioner,
No questions.
next witness.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Mary Ann Ferguson.
Mary Ann Ferguson,
Yes.
and you've already been sworn.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Ms. Ferguson, what, if anything, well, first of all, what block do you live on?
I live on the 400 block of South Washington
Hey,
Street.
hey,
I live on the 400 block of South Washington Street,
And
about a half block from this club. About a half block from the club.
And if you can recall, what events occurred, to the best of your recollection, in regards to the club on the date in question?
Mhm.
I think you have a little piece of paper, September 21st, 2014.
Okay. On the night of September 20th, 21st, I arrived home at approximately midnight. I had to park on the 600 block of South Washington Street and walk up to my house because parking is very difficult in this neighborhood. It's very tight. I observed several.
Tight around.
It's awful. It's gotten worse. Yes.
Anyway,
Mhm.
go ahead.
I observed several people standing outside of the Big Easy. When they're open on Friday and Saturday nights, there are often groups of people congregating outside the building, and they're not always smoking. I can hear them from inside my house, carrying on out there. As I crossed the street toward my house, I don't walk on that side, I walked on the other side, and as I crossed toward my house, I observed 3 men standing in a circle adjacent to the bar on the South Washington Street side. There's a doorway there with stairs that go up into the bar, and they were standing right below those stairs, smoking marijuana. I went into my house and went to bed because I had a very, very long day. But this isn't the first time that a fight has broken out inside the club and rolled out into the street, and I've been affected. I've lived in this neighborhood for 20 years, and it has definitely disturbed my peace and quiet and jeopardized the safety of myself and my family.
Objection as to matters that may have occurred on the prior owner.
It currently is doing it.
No, go ahead. You can develop it on cross-examination, is exactly what she's talking about. Go ahead.
When I moved to the neighborhood, this club was not open. It was a vacant building, and in 2003, the liquor board grandfathered the adult entertainment and bar license to Brian Schulman, and I've been subjected to nuisance after nuisance, and it is definitely a very serious safety concern.
Your grandfather did a strip club.
Yes. And the place had been vacant for years when I moved to the neighborhood in 1994.
You said you've lived there for 20 years,
20
correct?
years.
Now, you were there when when did the Big Easy take ownership, or this ownership team take ownership, if you can recall?
You know, it's changed many times. I can't recall. I
Well,
probably have documentation. This is
let-
my file.
Let's say in the last
It's probably
4
bigger than
years.
yours.
In the last 4 years since you've been living there, how many times have you observed, fights coming out of the bar, spilling into the street?
With this ownership, I've not really observed them because, with the fights, but this recent one causes alarm because I know the history of how this has happened, and it just escalates, and I feel that the bar owners do not manage their bar with respect to the community. It's a neighborhood of families, many young children. We're trying to make it a livable community, a safe community, and the bar has definitely disturbed the peace, quiet, safety, and our general welfare. It doesn't belong here. It belongs on the block, where the police can be right there to respond whenever there's a problem like this.
Anything else?
No, nothing further, Your Honor.
So you're saying that on the evening that this fight occurred, you parked your car and you walked to your house. You didn't witness a fight when you were walking to your car. You saw some gentleman on.
Wait till it's cut.
You-
We gotta do
you-
it that way.
I believe you said you saw some gentleman smoking marijuana on the sidewalk, on the side on Washington Street, and then you went inside your house?
Yes.
Okay. And did you come back out of your house at a later point?
No, I don't come back out of my house at night.
Did you hear anything after you went back inside your house?
I use white noise to block out the street noise, so I did not hear anything else. White noise, it's like kind of a droning noise, like a big fan running.
The noise that you used when you were a judge and
Yeah.
talking at the bar, on the bench.
She knows how to talk.
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't observe any relevant facts with regard to the charge here, is that correct?
I did not observe the fight.
Okay, so you're here to offer testimony with regard to punishment if the board were in fact find them guilty, is that what you're saying?
Well, I did observe the guy smoking marijuana outside the bar on the sidewalk adjacent to it.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, nothing further, thank you.
All right, commissioners' questions?
None.
No questions.
Next witness. Name, ma'am?
Debbie Ritter with the Southeast Community Relations Council. And I'm only here today to just state that when I learned that Mr. Marino, am I pronouncing that right? When he became manager of the Big Easy, I had immediately called Victor Corbin, who was president at the time, and he reached out and contacted Richie. Also, when I went down to the house, Mr. Marino, when I went down to the house, he made me printed out a copy of the MOU. And he asked me to go up to Mr. Marino's business and give him a copy because we had just learned that he became manager. So this was more of a, for my testimony, we wanted to deliver the information. This is the MOU.
And you gave it to him?
And I handed, in
Were you-
fact, he
were you-
was bicycling up behind me and I handed it to him. He was bicycling up from Eastern Avenue on a bicycle and I handed it to him.
Now, are you familiar with Mr. Marino before?
I know him from the neighborhood because he has a business, another business.
All right, questions?
Oops, I'm sorry.
No questions. I see you have the Cristo Rey shirt on, Your Honor. I'm just going to be introducing, I have exhibit. Have you you seen that letter before?
No, I have not.
Okay.
No, I haven't.
Cristo Rey. Your Honor, I do have a letter here. I'm just going to be introducing this as exhibit, I believe it would be number 4, Your Honor. It's a letter from the Reverend John Swope in regards, and this is just for punishment purposes, in regards to just general statements, general comments in regards to Big Easy. I think you have it, Your Honor.
All right, I do. You seen the letter?
I've seen it, I object. If we were in a trial, I guess I'd ask for a mistrial, but my basis of my objection is if
not
there
at
is
the
a
Circuit
guilty,
Court of Baltimore City.
we're not but we're still entitled to a fair hearing. But my objection is stated.
Are you insinuating that we're not getting a fair hearing?
No,
Is that what you mean by
I'm
that?
preserving the record that a licensee is entitled to a fair hearing, and in my personal view, a fair hearing is a hearing on the evidence,
Mr.
a
Peeves.
determination.
Wait a minute, stop, Mr. Peeves. Come on. By putting those remarks in here, that indicates that whatever we do, contrary to your view, then it would be not a fair hearing, and that's insulting. You're an attorney, you're a member of the bar, and you know better than to make remarks like that. Even if you feel inside your heart that you're not getting one, you should restrain yourself from making those kind of remarks. I've had this before with you. One time when you said the police department was bringing smear testimony in here. Do you remember that?
Absolutely.
Well, it's improper. You know, I like all the lawyers here. I think they all do a pretty good job. And one of the ways that I used to rate lawyers all the time in my entire years as a circuit court judge was based upon how well they represented their clients, how much they fought. It had nothing to do with whether they got them off or didn't get them off. It had everything to do with how they did it. And I respect you for your thoroughness, but you shouldn't make remarks like that, because that means that if I rule against you, it's unfair, and it's not proper conduct. And you're a member of the bar, and you know better. Now let's get past that. Now, your objection to this report is why? It's from the Jesuit High School, Cristo Rey, the Reverend John W. Smoke Society of Jesus. Why do you object to it?
There's been no finding by the board yet.
No, there hasn't. It's clearly admitted solely for the purpose, if I admit it, for punishment in the event that we find you responsible for the
Right.
charges.
And no disrespect to Your Honor, and I'd like to say that I've been practicing since 1985, and I attribute part of my learning experiences appearing before you. However, I'm still required to preserve a record, and the comments that I make are for the purpose of preserving the record and not in any way to say anything derogatory about you or the board. I have absolute respect
You
for
never
this
said
board
anything
and this
like that
process.
before me in the circuit court, I can assure you. The liquor board, I'm finding that things are a little looser down here, but we're not going to allow that. Anyway, it's admitted. Mark it. All right.
Your Honor, I have another piece of evidence. This was actually an email that was sent to our executive secretary in regards to the incident that occurred by Adina.
This one, Dina, what does it say? Because I haven't read it.
She essentially
Objection,
states,
Your Honor.
Ruled subject to what I hear.
She lives on the 2000 block, Your Honor, and she was awoken by sounds of fighting on September 21st. And from her second floor window, she said she had a clear view of 15 to 20 people, and they were walking away from the Big Easy. She saw men exchanging punches, women got into a car, one man opened the doors in the trunk of a gray car on the 2000 block of Eastern Avenue. So the loud voices continued, and she saw a man carrying another man who appeared to be unconscious in the gray car. And then shortly thereafter, a police car arrived. And then the police had the men sit down on the ground alongside one of the vehicles. And she heard voices and went downstairs. She said there were neighbors on the sidewalk who informed her that there had been a fight in the Big Easy, and it started on the second floor. And she told me that the neighbors say they don't feel safe, and they won't patronize the establishment again, essentially.
Well, I think that what she saw is clearly admissible, because this is a community board, not the Circuit Court of Baltimore City. You know, with respect to what other people told her happened, I'm going to sustain your objection. Mark it as an exhibit. You can cross-examine. Well, you can't cross-examine because she's not here.
No, Your Honor.
And
All
that's
right, so call your next
basis of the
witness.
objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I don't have any more witnesses to call. I would just note for the record, I have copy, and I believe it may be in the file as well, that was our investigator, Mark Balsler. He had went to the area recently and found the sandwich signs, which were actually a violation of the MOU
Now, I saw
provided
pictures
notice.
of that somewhere. Where did I see that?
Mr. Birch's packet, Your Honor.
Which packet?
Thing. No,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I don't remember.
No, there
Oh,
were.
that was the barbershop sign.
There
was
were
in
no sandwich, there were no pictures of sandwich signs, Your Honor. And this is just for the record, a recent inspection done by, it was a recent inspection done in.
Show me the pictures you're talking about.
There are no pictures, sir. This was a email which was sent by Mark Fossler in regards to an inspection that he performed at the Big Easy based on complaints of the sandwich board signs, which were in violation of the MOU.
Okay, so the barbershop sign's not in evidence.
Barbershop, well, Your Honor, actually, that was Mr. Birch's, that's an attachment to Mr. Birch's letter, which I I requested to be moved into evidence, Your Honor.
I don't recall
And
it
if
ever
the-
being mentioned.
I believe I had mentioned it.
You did it when he did his testimony. It's part of this right here.
And if not, I'll make a motion again.
Well, I think you better do it.
I'll make a motion again to introduce the letter which was written by Mr. Birch and associated photographs.
Now, let me see.
Objection.
Okay, let me see what this basis of it is.
This is the letter here, so.
And-
And that's what you have there.
Yeah, but let me see the letter.
And this was, I think, the letter that Mr. Birch was quoting from earlier, is that correct?
I don't recall him mentioning this, I'll be honest with you. So bring him back in as a witness. I'll give you
May I
permission.
recall, Mr. Birch?
Yes. So move.
I need 1 second to switch tracks, but I need everyone to talk individually. Thank you.
Call your witness.
Your Honor, just at your,
Go ahead.
I never got a chance to cross-examine Ms. Ritter, and there's a couple of questions I'd like to ask her about the MOU, but I'll do that when Your Honor's ready.
Ms. Ritter? She here? Okay, excuse me. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Ritter, when the actual language of the memorandum of understanding was penned with the prior owner, is that correct?
Yes, but it stood, it was attached to the license.
Oh, I understand, and that's where I'm going. The actual negotiation was with the prior owner, and this owner signed that language verbatim, is that correct?
From my understanding.
Right.
Because I was there as a witness on some of these meetings.
Right. And you and I actually participated in the discussions leading up to that MOU, isn't that right?
Yes, sir, and there's also the sound check.
Right.
We did the sound check.
Absolutely.
And actually had it where they are not supposed to, once the next door neighbor was okay with the sound that they set it at, they are not supposed, or it was regulated where they cannot turn that up.
Okay, and you recall that one of the purposes of the MOU was to try to facilitate communication so that any issues could be dealt with immediately and not have to involve Mr. Corbin or the president of Fells Prospect or the liquor board or the police, isn't that right?
Well, the day that I learned that he was going to be the new manager, that's why we reached out. Victor Corbin reached out to him and had me deliver the copy of the MOU to him so he would have knowledge of it. So he was reached out to.
Absolutely, I'm going back before.
So that's a communication.
Right.
Mhm.
But
Yes, sir.
the structure of the MOU is that Mr. Grace or his predecessor was to provide a phone number to Mr. Birch's tenants, to Mr. Birch, to Mr. Corbin, and that if there were any issues that they be dealt with. Is that right?
That I believe Mr. Corbin contacted you.
He absolutely did.
Okay.
And I tried my best to facilitate the communication. But my point is, with regard to the noise, that Mr. Grace or his manager now, Mr. Marino, is to provide a cell phone number and to deal with any complaints head-on. And that was our intent, right?
The communication was
Objection.
there.
Okay,
Your Honor.
thank you. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection. I don't know how she would know what is in.
Exactly.
Okay, are you through?
Yes, sir.
This witness?
Thank you.
Have anything redirect?
I have no
Commissioners have
redirect.
any questions? No. All right. I still haven't got my answer about the barbershop.
May I call Mr. Birch? These were the attachments to his letter. Mr. Birch, if you could just explain to the liquor board why you wrote the letter very briefly and what the attachments are.
The purpose of me sharing the letter with the board was to simply ask the board to take into consideration the history of the business when making a decision today. Also take into consideration, the obvious events of September 21. Also to take into consideration, this is the second to last. I'm as best I can. The concerns that the community has about public safety, and finally, the continuing breaches of the MOU.
Okay. The pictures, why did you attach the pictures to the letter? That's
I
what the judge
misunderstood.
wants to know.
I'm sorry. Because I was not 100% certain that for Richie to have a poster at his barber shop that says all nude entertainment.
Tell us when this picture was taken.
That picture was provided to me by Victor Corbin. I don't have the date that the picture was taken.
Well, how long ago was it taken? Was it during the management of the current owners of the bar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so when's the last time you saw this picture in the barber shop?
I don't have an exact date.
Well, was it within the last 4 years?
Absolutely. So certainly since the incidents of September 21.
All right.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr.
Comment with regards to Mr. Previs's?
No.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir. You offering these pictures?
I'm moving them, offering them into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Objection.
Huh?
Objection.
Overruled.
Okay.
Mark them into evidence, both of them.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So, and the statement, I just want to make sure that the letter also is in evidence too, Your Honor. Is that correct?
Well, I haven't read this statement. Is there anything in that statement you object to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then I'll admit it's subject to my reading of the letter.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, one last piece of evidence in the city arrest. I have a copy of charges, actually, which stemmed the same individual, and his name is in the police report in Exhibit Number 2, who was arrested and charged with handgun wear carry. And I have a copy of the Maryland Judiciary case search just associated, showing that there was an actual charge related to the incident, Your Honor.
Objection.
Overruled. Mark it.
And I believe that's in the packet.
Okay. All right, any cross of the evidence that we just received?
No, Your Honor. Just the objection.
That's mine. How to get down there?
I don't know, everything's everywhere today.
All right. Is that your case, sir?
Your Honor, that is my case.
All right, commissioners' questions of all these witnesses, any?
I just have one, just to clarify, the photograph that's been admitted into evidence of Richie's Barber Shop. Can anyone tell me, the owner of Richie's Barber Shop, is that the same Richie that's now the manager of the nightclub?
So stipulated.
Stipulated, okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner? None? Present your case, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, I make a motion to dismiss both charges and submit.
Overruled.
All right. Now, first I call Mr. Richard Marino. Mr. Marino, you have been sworn. Keep your voice up to speak into the microphone. Hold on, Mr. Jones. Commissioner Jones is going to help us out here. Thank you. All right. Mr. Marino, how old are you?
31.
And are you in any way associated with the Big Easy at 2000 Eastern Avenue?
Yes.
And how are you so involved or employed?
Management.
And when did you begin management at the Big Easy?
August 15th,
Of?
2014.
Okay, and prior to that, there's a photograph of a barber shop. You also own Richie's Barber Shop?
Correct.
And how far away is that from the Big Easy?
4 or 5 blocks.
On Eastern Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Towards Patterson Park?
Yes.
And being in the same neighborhood, you met Mr. Brian Grace, the owner of the Big Easy? Keep your voice up.
Yes.
And as a result of knowing Mr. Grace, you entered into an employment with him to manage the Big Easy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you present on the night of September 21st of 2014?
Yes.
All right. Tell me, before any police got there, what was going on inside of the Big Easy?
We had a
birthday party on the second floor, and we had the general patrons on the first floor. They were up and down the steps.
Okay. And with regard to employees there that night, how many bartenders?
3.
And where were those bartenders working?
2 on the first floor and 1 on the second floor.
And did you have any security that night?
Yes.
How many?
2.
And where were they working?
1 at the door, checking IDs, patting people down, and the other one patrolling the bar.
Okay. And were you present that night?
Yes.
And were there dancers there that night as
Yes.
well? About how many?
7.
And what was the volume of crowd?
Comfortably, you can move comfortably through the whole bar.
Was it busy or slow, I guess I wanted to ask?
Kind of busy.
Okay. But not overcrowded?
No.
Okay. Now, did there come a time while the premises was open that any type of fight or altercation occurred inside of the establishment?
No.
And you were stationed where?
I was walking around as well.
Upstairs and downstairs?
Yes, sir.
You did not observe any fights?
No.
Nobody alerted to you at any fights?
No.
Any verbal arguments?
No.
No incidents?
No.
All right. Now, your closing time is what time?
1 o'clock.
And what time do you start moving people out?
It should be 12:50.
Okay. And do you vacate the second floor and then the
Yes.
first floor? How's that work?
Everyone from the second floor, lights gets turned up. And they start working downstairs. They don't go into the main bar. They just go outside.
Okay. And at some point, do you lock the front door?
Yes.
And at what time do you do that?
Before 1 o'clock, 12:55.
Okay. And if there are any patrons inside between 12:55 and 1, what is the procedure?
We use the side door to let them out.
The side door would be on Washington Street?
Yes, sir.
And the front door would be on
Eastern Avenue.
corner in Eastern Avenue? Okay. And did all of the patrons leave before you heard any type of
Yes.
commotion outside?
Yes.
All right. At some point, did you hear or otherwise observe any type of commotion outside?
No, just the knocking on the door.
Okay. And what is the knocking on the door?
Officer.
Officer
I assume
Mana-
it's an officer, yes.
Okay. Officer Minaya?
Yes.
And you recognize him from that evening?
Yes.
All right. And he, about what time did he knock on the front door?
It has to be after 1. Doors were already locked.
And were there still people inside?
No.
What about employees?
Yes.
All right.
What about what?
Employees. Yes, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do in response to Officer Minaya knocking on the door?
I came out the side door, which I was close to, went to the front to find out why he was knocking on the door. Officer asked me, is everything okay? I said yes. I walked back in, and he did whatever he did.
Did he ask you about any fights occurring inside the place?
No, he asked me if everything is okay here, and I
Okay.
said yes.
Did you observe police activity outside when you went outside?
When I was at the corner, when I seen the lights up the street.
Okay, and up the street meaning
By
east, up towards the
Castle,
Burger King?
yes, but
Towards Castle?
yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was your doorman or your bouncer out front at that point?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And your personal recollection is you did not observe any type of fight inside the establishment?
Correct. Yes.
You know what you know and what other people may have told you, and
Right.
your testimony is you didn't know.
Yes.
Okay. Did you come to find out anything about this fight, whether they were people that were in your place or anything like that?
No, as I was walking some friends to the car, that's when I seen more of what was going on, but I didn't get any specifics.
Okay.
I just seen police officers out there.
And no incident reports or anything else came from your employees that there was any type of disturbance inside the place that night? Okay. Now, do you have security cameras?
Yes.
And do you keep those tapes?
Yes.
And how long until those security cameras roll over?
10 days.
Okay, and were you made aware to secure those tapes?
No,
Okay. Did you know that night that you were being charged with a liquor violation?
no,
Officer Minaya never told you?
no,
Okay. And you subsequently had a couple of inspections by liquor inspectors?
correct.
And that's what we got into with sandwich boards and whatnot, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And when things were brought to your attention, you immediately rectified them?
Yes,
Okay. Now, with regard to this incident, that's the extent of your knowledge, right?
yes,
All right, now that we've addressed the other matters, Mr. Birch's tenants, did you give them your cell phone number?
yes,
And have they called you with regard to the music?
yes.
And how have you reacted to their calls?
I've immediately went in and adjusted the volume, if any, lower.
Okay, and
I'm not clear about, he gave him his telephone number, and what did you say after that?
how did
called
you
you, they
react to their inquiries? I don't remember the exact words I used, Your
Well,
Honor.
what are you talking about? You talking about the
Noise
incident
complaints.
in question?
No, I'm done with the incident in question and now going on to noise complaints.
Going on to what?
Noise complaints.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
That's what I was confused about.
You gave them your cell phone and they text you? Is that
Yes.
how it works?
Yes,
And you immediately text them back?
yes,
And do you keep an open line of communication with them?
yes,
And have you always complied with their requests?
yes,
Okay. And are you open to meeting with the tenants, Mr. Birch, Ms. Anderson, or anyone else to solve any noise issues?
yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the barbershop sign, Ms. Ritter gave you a copy of the memorandum of understanding, is that correct?
Yes,
And you've now familiarized with that?
yes,
And you've also discussed that with Mr. Grace, your boss?
yes,
And in the memorandum of understanding, is there any, the prescription on signs, does that go beyond the premises?
no,
Okay. You still have the barber shop?
yes,
You still have the sign in the barber shop?
yes,
Are you willing to take the sign down just to keep the peace?
yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Mr. Reno, I see you're a manager at the Big Easy, correct?
Yes.
What are your duties and responsibilities included when it comes to management?
I make sure the door is safe, the outside is clean, which I'm there every night, sweeping the front. Make sure the girls are okay, make sure there's nothing happening as far as anything dangerous coming in. Make sure the bar is stocked, make sure the place is clean, and monitor the security cameras
Now,
as
as
well.
part of your management function, if there are parties, for instance, or private parties that are held, it's your job also to manage the crowd, make sure everyone's
Correct.
having a good time, you know, general patrons as well, make sure they're having a good time.
Correct.
So in your management duties, you know, whenever there's a party, general patrons, you're going up, you know, between upstairs, maybe downstairs, talking
Yes.
to a lot of people. Now, if you can recall, how many people were, I know you said the volume was busy, is
Mhm.
what you said. How many people, estimate would you put in the bar at that time?
I couldn't estimate, because it was both, I couldn't estimate. Both floors were open, so I couldn't estimate exactly how many people were there.
You know, as a manager, you know the capacity of the bar, how many people it can hold?
It's not stated, yes.
It's not.
It's
okay.
not.
Okay, so upstairs,
Uh-huh.
how about, do you know about approximately how many people were upstairs, or you have no idea during the private party?
For the, be like, from 15 to 20 people,
And when did the private party come in?
around 10.
Around 10 o'clock? And so the private party stayed until close of business?
Prior to close of business, a couple minutes before.
Couple minutes before close of business. And the private party had one or two dancers upstairs?
One.
One. And so you were upstairs constantly monitoring the situation.
Correct.
And in all that time, you know, there were no tense moments, you know, everyone was having a good time, everyone was laughing?
Everybody was laughing, everybody was getting change to give to the dancer. Everybody was laughing.
Okay, so you observed no problems at all
No.
with the people. Now, what time did you start emptying out the upstairs area where the private party was?
Should have been around 12:50, 12:45, something like that.
12:50.
I couldn't give you an exact time.
So around quarter, you know, to
1
the
o'clock.
close of business. Okay, and how did you escort them out?
I turn on the lights. The music is shut off, and we let them know it's closing time, so they have to vacate.
So you walk them to the side. Did you walk them personally? Were you,
No,
what were you?
there's one stands at the top floor to make sure nobody stays behind
Mhm.
for any reason, and there's a security at the bottom to
Mhm.
let them out the front door.
Okay, so you didn't necessarily walk them out
Correct.
that night. Security walked them out that night.
Well, they didn't walk them out. They just standing at the door as they walked out.
Okay. What were you doing at that time?
I was upstairs on the second floor, making sure no one stayed behind, and then starting the cleanup process.
Okay, and throughout the night, about how much time did you spend upstairs opposed to how much time you spent downstairs?
It was equal time because I was either upstairs, downstairs, or checking the outside.
Okay. So not necessarily you didn't have your eyes on the second floor as to what was happening at all times, correct?
I do it with my cell phone. I can actually access the cameras.
So while you were downstairs, you were looking and monitoring downstairs,
Not
you were
saying
looking
I
at your
was
cell phone?
continuously looking at my cell phone. I have access to the camera, so I
My
can.
specific
Okay.
question is, were you monitoring upstairs at all times during the night from 10 p.m. to closing time?
I couldn't because, as I've stated, I was moving up and down
So
the
that's
floors.
that's a no then,
Correct.
right?
Mhm.
Okay. And so you said you spent about maybe 50% of the time downstairs and maybe some time outside too, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so it's possible that you may not have seen something that went on upstairs, correct?
It's possible.
Okay. And so at the end of the night, you're moving people out, to the side door to the front door?
Front door.
Front door, okay. And you're not necessarily the one moving people out, you're upstairs?
Correct.
Okay, so are you talking to anyone upstairs while you're moving them out? Are you saying, hey, hello, it's probably time to close up? Are you being
Well,
courteous?
general conversation just to get them out the door, so we don't rudely kick them out until they can return for future business.
Okay, so there are people leaving to the front, correct?
Mhm.
And you're engaged in conversation with the individuals that are upstairs, correct?
Not engaging in a conversation,
But
just
Just general, so your attention's with them for the most part, for now.
intention is trying to get the second floor emptied out.
Okay, so you didn't necessarily see everybody that was moving out the front door, correct?
Correct.
Correct,
Correct.
okay. So when police officer came to the scene, and how did you know the police officer responded to the scene?
He was knocking on the front door.
Okay, and at the time, you said that when the police officer came to you, there was no commotion outside. Is that correct?
Mhm.
There was no fight outside?
No.
You didn't know anything about a fight outside?
Correct.
In fact, you had a bouncer out there, correct? And is that bouncer here today?
He was here, but he wasn't let in because his ID was expired.
Okay.
Wait a minute, what was that?
He tried to get in the front door, but they wouldn't let him because his ID was expired.
So that's a no then, right? Right. So the bouncer who was there at the time, do you know were you present when the officer was talking to the bouncer, the first bouncer?
According to the bouncer, he never spoke to any officer.
So the bouncer never spoke to any officer?
So he stated to us, yes.
So when you came out and you were speaking to the officer, did you notice 5, 10, 15 people that were dispersing in the area?
No, because it was brief. It was a brief contact. It wasn't something we sat there engaged. He asked me a question, I responded, and then I walked back into the side door.
So he never asked you about a fight?
Correct.
And you never said a fight occurred outside? And
Not that I can recall.
You don't recall what you said or
Not
not?
that I can recall that I've said that to the officer. He asked me, is everything okay here? I said yes, walked in. That's it.
Okay. And did you open the door, take a look outside, or did he come in?
No. Side door, I walked out, walked to the front because he was knocking on the front door.
Okay, so you walked to actually the front of the establishment
Yes.
and spoke to him?
Yes.
And he just asked, all he asked was, what's going on?
Is everything okay here?
Uh-huh. And that's it. And then you turned around and walked away?
Correct.
Nobody else was out there?
No. Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. So it's your testimony that you were inside, you may not have seen everything that went upstairs, but you didn't hear anything from any of the bartenders or anything about any fight going on?
Correct.
Have there ever been any fights in the bar?
Not since I've been there, no.
Since August 2015, never any fights?
Correct.
Did you hear anything about the handgun charge that associated with this?
As Mr. Previous let me know about it.
After the handgun charge, did you think about pulling any of the security footage as manager? to ensure that, nothing was going on in your club?
I was notified it was yesterday or a couple of days prior about the gun charge. As I've stated before, it stays for 10 days, then it tapes over. If I was notified by anyone within those 10 days, we would have downloaded the footage.
Now, you said you were, making conversation, talking with the guests, everything earlier upstairs, so there were 15 to 20 people, right? When you came out of the bar, you also testified that you saw police officers there with a bunch of people, correct?
Not a bunch of people.
Or people that were seated down?
No, I did not.
Okay, you didn't see anybody?
No,
You
I
didn't see
said I came to the corner, spoke to the officer, saw the lights up the street. Never said I saw anyone sitting on the curb.
Oh, so you didn't, when you came out and there were police lights somewhere else?
Up by the Burger King.
Down the street? Oh, what time was that?
I couldn't give you an exact time.
Do you recall if it was after 1 o'clock?
It has to be after 1 o'clock because my front door is locked.
So it was after 1 o'clock when you first had contact with the officer?
I couldn't give you an exact time.
Approximately? So you don't know? But it was, you can look at me, you don't know?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it may have been after 1 o'clock when you spoke to the officer?
It had to be after 1 o'clock because my front door was closed.
Okay, so after 1 o'clock, you gun down, you speak to the officer, crowds dispersed,
Yeah.
and there's police down the street.
Correct.
Just another question. Did you ever go to a community association meeting, the Fells Point?
No.
You have not?
No.
So you've only had communication via cell phone? Correct?
And with Debbie.
With Debbie?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions for this witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any other witnesses?
I got one question. This will be real quick. Mr. Marino,
Yes.
employees, do you keep some type of copy of some type of ID for your employees?
Yes.
The bouncers, what IDs did you take a copy of for them?
That Pennsylvania ID.
The one that had the expired date on it?
Yes.
So do you update those records as a manager, do you search, look at your records and make sure they're updated?
Yes. After that, he hasn't been there since because of the ID situation. But I thought he had fixed the problem, but obviously not.
All right, thank you.
What is the bouncer's name?
Jose Ramos.
Jose Ramos?
Yes.
And he has not been back to the Big Easy since this incident?
He's been as a customer, not working.
So he has not worked for the Big Easy since this incident occurred?
Correct.
Was he terminated?
No.
He was what?
Sometimes he can find babysitters, but as I've said, the situation with the ID, I haven't asked him about the ID. Last time I asked him to come in, he couldn't find a babysitter.
Okay. Now, was he let go because
No, he wasn't let go.
has he been, what, suspended or asked
No.
not to come back because he told the police officers that the fight occurred within the property?
No, it's as needed. We usually don't have a big crowd, so when we have a big crowd, I bring him in to help me manage the crowd as far as keeping them safe. If there's not a big crowd, then we don't use security. I usually just card the people at the door and pat them down.
Okay. Now, have you made a calculation of damage to the interior of the property as a result of the incident in September that we're here about today?
There is no damages.
Okay.
Nothing occurred.
Nothing occurred?
Correct.
Nothing
occurred.
at all occurred? Nothing occurred?
No.
Okay.
Not inside the establishment, no.
All right. Do you have prior experience with managing a bar or club?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Oh, my mom had a bar in New York. It was 393 Hooper in Brooklyn, and we managed the bar. Regular bar, not as a strip club, but a regular bar, yes.
Okay, and when was that?
That was 99, 2000, and 2003.
And how old were you then? How old are you now? You're
31.
You're 31. So you were in your 20s, and you were actually managing the bar then?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Were you of legal drinking age?
No. Probably not.
Probably
but
not.
It's
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Okay, thank you very
years ago.
much.
Okay.
All right, thank you. No.
I think we have one thing left, and that is, somebody's introduced, I believe I've got a correct report of, that I have to go over. Isn't that right?
It's a letter from Mr. Birch.
From Mr. Birch?
Okay,
Isn't that right? You objected to the report, and I said I'm gonna
right.
check it over. I've left the pictures in.
Your Honor, I have.
What is it specifically about this, report that you object to?
With regard to the board's determination of whether the charge is sustained, the board should not in any way, shape, or form permit Mr. Birch as not a fact witness to that
Well,
incident.
where does he talk about what happened with respect to these charges? Direct my attention to what you objected to. Nothing on page 1, I assume. Page 2, September 21, see the second paragraph? He says a fight erupted, so forth. And he talks about the police reports and so forth. It looks to me like it's all hearsay. I'm going to sustain the objections to that paragraph. All right, now how about the recent and continuing MOU violations? That would go to punishment in the event that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would, but if
No?
I could just state for the record that, well,
Yeah, this is objections.
I withdraw that. I think the board can see.
Well, it applies to that issue only. All right, we'll let that in. Now, the examples of 311 complaints, that also applies to the same subject, isn't it?
I guess my only comment, Your Honor, is that it's not as if they've been found guilty of any charge. If the board's consideration of this is a subsequent offense for something, the MOU is in evidence, I believe, over my objection, but the MOU, Your Honor, speaks of communication and dealing with issues, and Mr. Marino and Mr. Grace, the owner, who hasn't testified yet, would say that they are in constant contact with the neighbors and trying to work with them.
I just want
Right.
to get over this one
Yeah.
report. I would allow in the additional MOU violations with respect to punishment in the event we find that the charges have been sustained. And his conclusions and recommendations, I sustain your objection, and also I sustain your objection to all these papers. I don't know where they came from or why they're in there, but a criminal, this one is sustained. What's this?
I think that was a charge,
No, he's a prior PBJ on a
Has
marijuana.
nothing to do with that.
No.
That you urging us, sustain us to that, and sustain us to, I don't know what these are. You want to look at them and tell?
A letter from the CLC, I believe, Your Honor, in regards to, MOU between Big Easy and, community.
But it has all kinds of stuff in here that hasn't been testified to or mentioned by anybody. I'm going to sustain the objection because I'm not sure what the connection would be. So those papers are out, and the rest of them are in, except for the parts and paragraphs that I've ruled on. All right, now, do you have any other witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. I have two of the bartenders that were there that night that can each testify in 1 minute's time, and then I have Mr. Grace, the
Well,
owner.
call your witnesses. Let's go.
Okay, Ms., who wants to go first?
This is the longest hearing we've had.
Yeah, Ms. Lindsay Perez? Oh, I'm sorry, not Lindsay. Christina? I'm sorry. State the full name.
Christina Hamilton.
Were you sworn earlier, Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Okay, and do you work at the Big Easy?
Part-time, mostly on the weekends.
And were you there on September 21st, 2014?
Yes.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was fluctuating between the upstairs and the downstairs,
As-
making sure that both the bartenders had adequate help, making sure that everyone was served. I also walked the floor to make sure anybody, if anybody needed anything, almost like a waitress would, but not in that true capacity.
You were a bartender and waitress, not
Yes,
not
sort-
performer?
No.
Okay.
All right, now, did you were helping out with the second floor?
Yes.
All right, but did you observe any type of fights, verbal, physical, anything?
I was up there maybe 3 or 4 times. I never observed any kind of altercation of any kind. No, no scuffling, no raising of any voices other than to speak over the music. I didn't hear any kind of fight whatsoever.
And the birthday party, do you know the individual whose birthday it was?
Yes, I do.
And
I also knew a few of her friends, but not all of them.
okay, and it was a 21st birthday party for this young lady?
Yes.
And there was no incidents
Not that I.
that you witnessed?
So I didn't witness anything.
Okay.
There was nothing happened there when I was there.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, so this party came in 10 PM till about 2 AM, right?
Well, 1.
Oh,
We
sorry,
closed
1
it,
a.m.
we
I
closed at
apologize.
1.
I apologize. 1 AM, correct?
Yes.
And you were present that whole time, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, how loud is the music when you're in the club? From 1 to 10, 10 being the loudest, 1 being silence.
It's probably like a 6.
6?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you're in a bar, it's going to be a little bit loud, but it wasn't like so loud that you couldn't hear the person speaking next to you.
Okay.
It's not like going to a nightclub down, wherever, and you can't even have a casual conversation.
So if I were standing where I'm standing right now, and the music was going, could we have a conversation that I could hear? Or just regular conversation?
We could, but I'd have to raise my voice just a little.
Okay. And now you've worked, you were working at the establishment. You said you were going up and down stairs, correct?
Mhm.
And you said you went upstairs 3 to 4 times.
Mhm.
3 to 4 times over a 3-hour period, correct?
Yes.
So you were downstairs most of the time.
No, I said I walked I said I was up and down 3 to 4 times. That doesn't count how long I was
Oh, I'm
upstairs.
sorry. How long were you upstairs for when you were up there?
I don't remember how long each time. I mean, this is,
So what was your job? You said you weren't bartending?
my job was to make sure that the customers got served what they needed when they needed it, and to make sure that make sure that the other 2 bartenders had what they needed.
So essentially, you were a bar back.
A what?
Bar back. Does the-
I don't know the full term. I don't know the full meaning of that term.
Something, supporting the bar staff, making sure.
Basically.
Facilitating that. the
I made
bartenders-
drinks but I was basically running back and forth, making sure that everyone had what they needed.
Okay, and so you were upstairs just to make sure people had what they needed, then you came back downstairs?
But I was upstairs probably just as much as I was
So
downstairs.
50% of the time?
Yeah,
And
basically.
so while you were downstairs and helping with the bar, there was activity going on upstairs, right?
Yes,
How far away was upstairs? Farther than distances between you and me?
yes.
Okay, would you say it's double? Maybe triple?
I don't understand the question.
Would you say that the distance where
It's
you were
up a
when
set
you
of steps. I don't understand how you're saying if it's just this
For
distance.
instance, this is about approximately 7 feet, right? 7, 8 feet, something like that.
Mhm. An average set of steps is more than that.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, you were a little farther, you were about 16, maybe 20 feet away.
I mean, I just still don't understand what the,
Were you 16, 20 feet away? So you couldn't hear
Objection from
everything-
what?
You were 16, 20 feet away. When you were downstairs, you were 16, 20 feet away
Mhm.
from the upstairs, correct?
Is that the upstairs?
Upstairs where the second
yeah,
floor, where the
I
party's going
still
on.
just don't understand where he's going with this question. I don't understand.
I'm just asking the question.
Mhm.
Do you understand, how far away were you when you were downstairs, when the upstairs second floor party area?
Is it fair to say that when you were downstairs, you could not see or hear what was going on upstairs?
Yes,
Okay,
that is
That's what I was getting
a
at.
clear
Thank
way to
you.
ask that
Thank you.
question. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, I apologize.
I just didn't understand.
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna get there.
That's fine.
I'm easy going out.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you couldn't hear everything, you didn't see everything that night, correct?
Correct.
And there could have been an altercation upstairs,
If-
outside of your eyesight.
If there was an altercation upstairs, I would have heard it because the floor, between the floor and the ceiling is very thin. I can hear the girls walking upstairs when I'm on the first floor of the bar. We can hear the girls walking with their heels. You can hear them walking across the, if there was an altercation, I would have heard it. Even if I was downstairs, if it should, if an altercation happened, I would have heard it.
Did you hear about any fight going on later that night?
A few friends told me that something happened outside, up by the Burger King, but now I'm finding out that it was closer. But there was nothing that happened immediately outside.
No further questions?
Nothing further.
All right, commissioners, questions?
No questions.
Next witness.
Megan Fisher? Ms. Fisher, were you sworn?
Yes.
Can you spell your first and last name for the record?
MEGANFISHER.
Okay, and are you employed by the Big Easy?
Yes.
And were you working the night of September 21st, 2014?
Yes.
And where were you working?
First floor bar.
And you were a bartender?
Yes.
And did you observe any type of altercations that night?
None.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Questions?
First floor?
Oh, sorry.
No, no. You were the first floor bartender?
Yes.
Did you go upstairs at all during the
No.
evening? So you didn't make any observations as to what was going on upstairs?
No.
Were you outside at the time of closing?
No.
So you couldn't talk about any observations that you saw outside?
No.
And where were you when the fight broke out?
What fight?
No further questions?
Commissioners?
Just one, Megan, how old are you?
27.
27? And how long have you worked for the Big Easy?
Since August 15th, 2014.
Since August 15, 2014.
Mhm.
So you've been there for about a month.
Mm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's it.
Next witness.
Thank you. Mr. Brian Grace? Mr. Grace, spell your...
BRIANGRACE.
And you are the owner of the Big Easy?
Yes, sir.
And when did you purchase the Big Easy?
I don't remember the exact date, April or May of 2013.
Okay, and prior to August 15th, 2014, were you not only the owner, but the actual day-to-day operator?
Yes.
And up to that,
Prior to,
to September 21, 2014, I'm sorry.
okay. But
My bad, you're right, Your Honor.
No, I got a confusion here. I was told he was the owner for 4 years. That's not true.
No, sir.
So you're only the owner from April, May 2013?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so any evidence as to the conduct of this bar prior to that date, prior to the date when he says he was the owner, there's no evidence to the contrary, is that true, counsel? All right, I'm going to strike all that evidence with respect to anything that occurred before April, May 2013.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Grace, from April or May 2013, when you started ownership and day-to-day operations, until August 15, 2014, when you hired Mr. Marino, did you have any type of incidences?
No, I never had any incidents.
And how often were you open?
Initially, I was open 6 nights a week as a license. And then in about June of 2014, things had slowed down where I was only open on the weekends for basically June, July, and August of 2014.
Okay. In addition to owning the Big Easy, do you also have other employment?
I work full-time, excuse me, for the Washington, D.C. Fire Department.
And you're still an active member of the
Yes, sir.
Washington, D.C. Fire Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at some point, you made the determination to hire Mr. Marino?
Yes, the hours were just getting to be too much after about 1.5 years.
Okay.
And I needed help.
Do you still visit the premises?
Yes.
Do you still keep an active role in the premises?
That was partially why I'd hired Richie, basically for him to run day-to-day operations, and I was going to oversee it. So my extent of the day-to-day operations is certainly not as much as it had been.
But you're still down there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you weren't present on
No, sir.
September 21st? Okay. Do you have a security system?
Yes, sir.
And what type of security system?
16 camera, high definition digital security system, state of the art.
Is it inside and out?
Yes, sir.
And does that, if I can use a phrase, loop over?
Yes, after 10 days, it records over itself and anything that would have been lost.
Okay. Were you alerted by the police or anyone else to download that to a disk?
No, sir.
Okay. If requested by the police, would you have fully cooperated in any effort to download and make available your security system.
Absolutely. I would want anybody causing a problem to have been arrested.
And you said there's outside cameras as well?
Yes, sir.
And where do they face or point?
One is by the back door that faces south on Washington. One is by the front door that faces west on Eastern.
West or eastern towards Broadway, not towards
That's
the
correct.
Burger King?
Yes.
Is there, was there a vantage point to down?
There would not have been a
eastbound?
camera facing east on Eastern.
Okay. Are you aware of any blue light cameras that the city has on Eastern Avenue there?
There's not one at Eastern Washington. I don't know about anywhere else.
Okay. Now, did anyone from the police or the liquor board contact you with regard to the events occurring on September 21st, 2014?
No, sir.
Other than the charge papers for today?
No, sir.
Okay. And if you were made aware that there was an altercation in your premises, what would you do as an owner and an operator?
I would have, the first thing that if there's an actual problem in the bar is to get them outside of the bar. And then the police, if they need to be involved, absolutely. But I don't want trouble or criminals in the bar.
Okay. And if your help, your staff is not going to do a good job, what are you going to do?
They're going to be terminated immediately.
And you signed the memorandum of understanding?
Yes, I did.
And but when you were running things, did Mr. Birch's tenants at 2002 have your cell phone number?
Yes, they did.
And did you interact with them?
Many times.
And did you always cooperate with them?
Always cooperated. We were very friendly.
Okay. And did you make Mr. Marino aware that he had to do that in your absence?
Yes, absolutely. I was crystal clear about there's absolutely no base. The base has been completely disconnected since I've owned that bar. And any time that noise gets loud and the tenants are to let us know. Don't let it fester. Don't let it go on. Let us know. And we will fix it immediately. And that's been going on since I took over the bar.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. The board might have some questions.
Just a couple quick questions. So you weren't at the bar on September 21st?
No, sir.
14.
No,
And
sir.
you had no idea about this incident until you came to court today?
I learned about the handgun yesterday from Mr. Previs. I had
Mhm.
absolutely zero knowledge of that.
Okay, and the fight that happened inside or the
I-
fight that occurred, you knew nothing about?
I knew nothing about any altercation, any incident in the bar
Until
whatsoever.
today or?
Approximately when we received some paperwork.
When did you receive that paperwork?
I'm not sure. It's been a while now because this has been postponed a couple times, but I think it's probably in the end of September, beginning of October. I don't know.
So there was actually some reach out done by the board in regards to this particular case in September?
I don't know exactly what day it was.
You know, if I can just refresh your recollection, it's just showing now, this is just, I'm not going to be introducing this to evidence, it's already in the file.
What day was that, sir?
Yeah, no, I appreciate your refreshing recollection.
Yes. If you can recall, did you have any communications with the board in regards to this matter?
No,
You didn't?
I did not.
And you weren't provided this notice?
This is actually the first time I've seen this paper.
This is the first time you've seen
Yeah.
this paper? Okay. So your bar, through Richie Marino, wasn't served this day on the 26th, approximately 9:30 in regards to...
I have no idea. That's the first time I've seen that.
So we have, the liquor board has sent notice to you in regards to this matter, correct?
As I said, that's the first time I saw that.
Okay, and so did Richie ever tell you that you received any of this information?
He had called and texted me that there had been a problem
Mhm.
and that there was a hearing. And at that point, it had been postponed a couple times.
Oh, so he contacted you after it'd been postponed?
No, he contacted me saying that there was going to be a hearing and it had been postponed a couple times.
Okay, did you ever reach out to the board to find out what was going on in regards to the investigation?
I have an attorney for that.
Okay, before you got your attorney, and when did you get your attorney, if you don't mind me asking?
When I bought the bar in April or May of
Okay.
2013.
Okay. And have you gone to the community association meetings?
I've met with Victor and I've met with Robbie numerous times.
Have you gone to the meetings?
I have not been to a meeting now.
Okay. All right. No further questions.
All right.
No further questions, no further witnesses or
All right,
exhibits.
Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Graves, how often do you go to the Big Easy?
I'm trying to get as little time there as possible, but I'm basically going 1 or 2 times a week.
So your preference is to be there as little as possible?
My preference is to have Richie Marino run it properly. That's my preference.
Properly.
Yeah.
Okay. So who is Paul Gunshaw? Is he here today?
No, he's, I work with him in the DC Fire Department. We're friends.
Does he live in Baltimore?
Yes.
And where does he live?
I don't remember his address exactly, Federal Hill somewhere.
All right, how often does he go to the Big Easy?
Once or twice a month, probably.
Okay.
Not as often as me. I mean, I was the primary operator.
Okay. Do you live in Baltimore?
No, I used to live in Canton. I've moved to the Eastern Shore.
So, all right. Where on the Eastern Shore?
Centerville.
Centerville. So,
It's an hour from my house to the bar. It's an hour from my house to the firehouse. I put about 100,000 miles on my car in 3 years. It's a lot of driving.
yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yep. Do you know whether or not Mr. Marino hired Megan Fisher?
I do not know.
All right, because they started on the same day.
Yes. Typically, with the bartenders, the turnover was relatively high. The dancers is relatively high, so it would not be uncommon for his staff to have turned over 2 or 3 times since he started managing, because he would have the full responsibility to bring in bartenders and dancers.
Have you spoken with Jose Ramos about this incident?
I don't know who Jose Ramos is.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Anything else from anybody?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ready for decision. In this particular case, there's a lot of conflicting evidence, but I find credible all the testimony of the police officers, particularly the first officer who testified, and the backup witnesses. And there's no doubt in my mind whatsoever. There's not only an incident inside this bar, but a big incident outside this bar, which extended down the street. I find particularly credible, also with respect to punishment, the witness who testified that she has to use a sound suppressor in order to sleep in her house. I'm trying to remember her name.
It's Mary Ann Ferguson, Your Honor.
Yes, Ms. Ferguson. You know, a bar is responsible for the conduct of its customers, both inside and out. Now, this doesn't mean it's responsible for the conduct of customers who have moved away from the periphery of the bar and no longer in the bar's observation or even control. But this case, it's clear that these witnesses were within that area. And it's particularly upsetting about the reports which show that a .50 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol was found in a car that was parked right there at the bar, and goodness knows where that would have led, with 2 magazines of ammunition, 14 rounds, a gun case, a gun lock, and grips, all found in this bar, right there at this bar. Now, how in the world that the manager, Mr. Grace, or owner, doesn't know about this gun and would have found out? Because if this isn't a red light on the operation of anything, it would seem to me that he would not only have heard about it, but he would have protected his cameras, which may have told a different story, but we don't know because they were. In addition to this, there's a great deal of testimony that although I've struck out everything that occurred before he became the owner, which was a great deal, there's still complaints about the noise, and also the posting of these strip signs in the barbershop, which is owned by the man he's hired to run his place. Therefore, I find that not only are the charges sustained, but with respect to punishment, this is a serious matter. What in the world Mr. Grace is doing, running a strip bar in the middle of a residential neighborhood in this area, it would be a red light to anybody to know that you're going to have to do the right thing, or you're going to have complaints from people with respect to whatever you don't do right. And of course, the complaints have come rolling in, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was responsible for the place turning over so many times, but I don't know, and I don't hold this as a part of my decision. So therefore, I find not only he's been violated these charges, but that a significant punishment should be imposed on this bar. to make sure that this doesn't happen again with a 2-month suppression of his license beginning today with a fine of $2,000. Mr. Jones, you're next.
No. Adult entertainment club, as you stated, almost like a bookmark for that particular block. We have some residents who come in and don't go back out. I don't know whether the club had anything to do with that, but they don't go back out. You have a fight, the invisible fight, on the one side can see. The bartender couldn't see it. The barmaids rather couldn't see it. The manager didn't see it. The bouncer who saw it no longer works there because I'm assuming that it's worked by contract. If the contract isn't there, he doesn't work. Neighbors across the street, they look out their windows, they can see the fight. Police, taken from other location, have to come to this location to do a report on the fight. I mean, that's a little much. And the type of business you have there, it would make me think that I'm gonna do everything in my power to not highlight what I have. But you didn't do everything in your power. Based on all the evidence I have here, the information I'm looking at, I concur with you. I think something needs to happen. We need to have peace in the community. People need to sleep if I live next door to you, I need to sleep. I shouldn't have to call you to tell you that I can't sleep. You should know that from the experience. You're a manager. Take control, run with it. I shouldn't have to manage your establishment for you. I concur with you, sir. All points.
I concur with both of you. Obviously, the finding of responsibility, I join in that. I join in the penalty, and it is remarkable that something so significant, huge, and impactful on the community, the neighbors, the Baltimore City Police Department is so well documented, but is not experienced at all by the manager and the barmaids, the people that work there. The one person who would attest to what actually happened within the bar is not here. And that speaks volumes.
Evidence comes in all forms. There's evidence that is spoken, there's evidence that's not spoken, and then there's missing evidence that often tells the story. And here, it's the missing evidence that tells the story. I believe that we have absentee licensees. It's your desire to not be present. The other person who's on the license doesn't even live in Baltimore, lives in Washington, D.C. That is a cocktail for disaster. And that's exactly what happened. That is an area that I certainly go in that area. I'm actively involved with Cristo Rey Jesuit High School. I would be curious to know whether that school is within the 300-foot rule of not having bars that close to a school. That's something for another day. But everything, as Commissioner Jones says, everything here suggests strongly that you do everything by the letter of the law. You keep a low profile, and you've done the opposite. Having that sign in your barber shop was just a signal for disaster. So I very much agree with the penalty that's imposed.
How much time do you need to pay the fine?
30 days now.
Very,
So
1
it's
month,
fine and closure, correct? 2 months closed
2 months closed,
immediately.
immediately.
$2,000,
Pardon?
$2,000.
21.
That's the-
Yeah, go Mick.
Before we go off the record, I just want to note my objection to not being afforded an opportunity to close.
Okay, well, I don't recall you asking, or making any mention of it. Maybe he'll sue you for negligence, your client. All right, let's call the next case.
Does the clerk put is he good to
May I turn my back before?
No, let's not have any break. I want to get out of here.
There you go.
I'll tell you the truth, if they hadn't, I brought Ashley in
Are you here for Bosphorus, sir? Okay.
But if he went out 4 years, I would have been stretched.
No, I'm just calling this case, it's the last one.
Are you ready for the last one, sir?
We're ready for the last one.
Senior Positor, Sandir,
You okay?
There you go.
Sunette Positor, Sandir Trivedi, Positor Inc., trade name Bosporus, as at 5716 York Road, Class B, beer, wine, and liquor. This is a violation of Rule 401 minors. This is on October 23rd, 2014, when police observed underage patrons with alcoholic beverages.
All right, swear all the witnesses.
I do.
You're not counsel. You're the owner?
I'm the owner.
Okay. Go ahead, I'll begin.
Thomas Ackers on behalf of the Liquor Board. Calling my first witness, Mr. Gatto. Sorry, Detective Gatto, I apologize. Detective Gatto, were you working in your capacity as a vice officer on October 23rd, 2014? At approximately 11 p.m., did you have an opportunity to respond to the location at 5716 York Road to a hookah bar entitled Bosphorus?
Yes, sir.
And is that location in Baltimore City, state of Maryland?
It is.
And did you go there for the purposes of conducting a BD7 license check?
I was actually there in reference to a complaint
Sorry.
that Malibu has received in reference to local liquor establishments on the York Road corridor housing underage individuals, i.e. college students.
And so you were called to that area in regards to that concern, and what did you do when you entered the establishment?
If I may read from my report, the events, is that possible?
That's fine. Do you have an objection, sir?
Here you go, please.
Yeah, well, basically, I can read some points and explain. Detective Akwande and I went to York Road. We had went to this location that we are familiar with as Bosphorus. We've been there before. We've done business checks. We are aware that it is a hookah lounge and has a liquor license and an open kitchen. As we entered the establishment, we noticed 3 groups of people inside this establishment. The first group was a table to my right as soon as I walked into the establishment. It was seated about approximately 5 adult males and females. The next table was in the middle of the establishment, and it housed 8 various males and females, all of which looked very young. I moved on past this table, and seated at the bar was the third group, which was 4 females seated at the bar, which was being run by Mr. Quignet, who is the licensee of Bosphorus.
Do you see him present today?
He is here.
Okay.
After making my observations, I noticed that there were some drinks on the table, which was in the middle of the establishment that I notified, or that I advised the individuals looked very young. I also noticed a drink. There were 4 drinks in front of the girls that were at the bar. One was of a different color. It was obvious that the 3 others were somewhat of a club soda, and then this one young lady had a mixed drink. So I began speaking to the four ladies at the bar, and Detective Akawande began speaking to the group that was in the middle of the of the restaurant.
And what, if anything, did you discover after speaking to these individuals with the alcoholic beverages in front of them, or the beverages in front of them?
I asked, excuse me, I asked the young ladies, as Detective Akawande will be able to testify, that he asked the group in the middle table if they had identification, adult identification. And at first, nobody wanted to say anything. The young lady who was later identified as Miss Danielle Bello, who had the mixed drink in front of her, tried to get up from her seat and leave. She actually tried to get up from her seat and leave and go to the other table and sit down with the other group. I asked her to come back, and I asked her for identification, at which time she produced a Loyola College identification with her face, a picture of her face on it, her name, let me see here. It only had her name and then her, let's see. It did not have a date of birth on there, so I had to ask her date of birth.
What was her date of birth?
Miss Bello's date of birth is, sorry, I have a very lengthy report here in front of me. 12/1/95, which makes her 19 years at that date.
Okay, so, and it seems like you, according to your report, and just kind of going to touch base on it, you identified another up to 12 individuals that were in that bar who also had a Loyola identification,
Yes.
correct? And also did not have identification which would allow them to drink alcohol. They were not of age, correct?
Yes, some of them did not even have their college ID, which I had to obtain it in another way just to identify who they were, because I was running into the situation where I was going to have to write criminal citations or possibly arrest a bunch of college students.
Now, there were 3 individuals who later came forward and said that they purchased alcoholic drinks, correct?
After a lengthy investigation and being there and trying to get the truth out of everyone and explaining the situation, I had Miss Bello, who was seated at the bar, advised me that she did order a drink, and I have it listed here in the report. And then 2 of the young ladies seated at the middle table, where, as I said when I came in, they all looked very young, advised me they were college students, and then they admitted to purchasing drinks from the bar.
So a total of 3 individuals admitted to purchasing alcohol who were underage, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to whom did they admit purchasing alcohol from? Is that person here in court today? Or in front of the board today?
Well, yes, sir. Mr. Cunette, he's a licensee, but at the time he was running the bar. It looked like he had a kitchen staff in the back, and he was running the main part of the restaurant. And I asked the ladies privately when I was getting their information who they purchased their drink from, and they advised me that they don't know his name, but they were able to point.
They identified
yes.
this gentleman here, correct? And upon obtaining this information, what, if anything, did you do?
I prepared citations for the young ladies, which are currently pending. As you can see, well, in my report, if the board wishes me to, I'll read the names of all the individuals and their ages at the time of the incident.
And what I'll do is I'll actually enter into evidence a copy of the report. Will be the board exhibit number 1. And I'm just now, I can hand it up to you. I believe it may be in your packet, but I can hand it up to you for the purposes, for evidentiary purposes, moving to admit the copy of the report. And
Have you seen this?
Yeah, I just get, sir.
Okay.
And you wrote that report, correct?
I did.
Okay.
Admitted. Mark it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And so, did you issue any citations as a result of the investigation?
I did issue 3 citations to the young ladies that were present here. I then spoke with Mr. Cunette, my partner, Detective Akawande, and I spoke to him about the severity of the situation. And he was, and I will say, he's very cooperative with me. Every time I've been in there, he's been very cooperative. There was a time where we needed to see some licensing, and he showed up. It's just, I stressed the severity of how there's all these students in there, and some of them did not even have identification to show who they were or what their age was. And that's basically what I explained.
I have no further questions for Detective Goddard.
Do you have any questions of the witness?
Oh, no, sir, but can I explain?
You
Like-
can, but any questions? at
Oh,
this-
no, no further
All
questions.
right, any questions, commissioners?
No, no questions for you.
Next.
I actually have a one-sentence question for you. Detective, can you please state your name, please?
Detective Akiwande from the Baltimore City Police Department, Vice Unit.
Now, you've heard the testimony of Detective Gatto, correct?
That is correct.
Would you confirm everything Detective Gatto said you were working along with him and all that he testified to?
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions for this.
Any
witness.
questions of this witness?
No, sir.
All right, any questions of the commissioners?
No.
All right, next witness.
I have one more witness, Your Honor. This is Detective Maglia from Loyola University Police, and he would like to make a statement, a general statement in regard to this particular bar and underage drinking and its impacts in general on the students' Loyola population.
Your name, sir,
Robert Maglia, Maglia,
and your assignment?
Loyola University Campus Police. I'm the investigator.
We're glad to hear from you.
Loyola University aggressively tries to keep underage students out of the bars on York Road. We have 3 or 4 bars up there that are chronic problems. And this bar, Bosphorus, we have heard, I think, one previous time, they do serve alcohol to underage students.
Okay, any questions? Any questions of this man?
So how did you hear about that? Like we served the underage, like since that day, we get the bouncers, we check the IDs, we are like so sharp about that. We check ID at the door, we check at the bar.
Testify, you can ask him a question.
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, questions, Commissioner?
No.
Well, he asked you, how did you hear
He-
that they engage in underage drinking? I have the same question. How do you know that?
I had received some information from a student about about a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, and we passed that information on to the liquor board, asking them that they take a look at the Bosphorus.
Okay. Do you know how far Bosphorus is from the campus?
I would estimate about a mile away.
Okay, and can students walk there?
Yes, they can walk there.
All right, other questions?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Any other witnesses?
Your Honor, I have no other witnesses.
All right, now it's your turn, sir.
Well, sir, like since that day, we just get like we are like more restaurant, and when people came, we always welcome them. And Mr. Police officers came. It was like 10:40ish, like close to 11. We are not even getting the. When they came, we have like 4 tables. They were like all eating, and that group came. And when they came, they seems young and they have a seat. And some of them came to bar to ask the drink. When they asked the drink, I asked some of them ID. They said, "Oh, okay, we don't want." I said, You cannot get alcohol." So they went to sit. And another people came. They showed me the ID, and I checked the ID that time. It was they were like 21 years old. And after I saw them, I served. And when police officers came, when they asked the ID, they said they have no idea. I was like surprised. I was like shocked. How come they show me the ID? I wish I scan their ID or I get copy of them ID so I couldn't get in trouble. Because like as they said, other bars like underage problems like coming to us, we are getting so sharp about that because we don't want to lose our restaurant. We are like Mediterranean food, like we are in this area, like separate them other places. We are trying to get the clean business. And since that day, as I said, we got the bouncer, we checked the IDs at the door and at the bar as well.
Are there any questions to cross?
When did you get, just a couple, when did you get the bouncers?
Like 2 weeks ago.
And they're at the front of the establishment?
Yes, they check at the front establishment and we check at the ID at the bar as well.
Okay, no further questions.
All right, commissioners? Any questions?
It's a statement when I say what I have to say.
No questions.
All right. This is a very serious case again, because first of all, Loyola University has to notify the police department that they're finding out that people are buying liquor at your bar. That's what the complaint was. So then the police department goes over and checks this bar and found 3 groups in there, none of whom had an age card over 19, and several of them had bought drinks without any questions about identification, either as to them or to the others. Sir, the fact that you have a reputation for this with the Loyola University and the fact that there's absolutely no excuse for having all these people in this bar, the oldest of which was 19, not having any right to be in there at all.
I have a question, sir. Like, are they not allowed to get inside, even to get the food? Because we serve the food till 2 a.m. Like
That's
we
not
do
the-
delivery as well.
That's not the testimony in this case. And let me finish, this is my decision.
Sure,
I
sir.
find that you are responsible for and I have to send a notice to the community, 1 month closure, starting immediately, and a fine. I believe has no previous violations, so a fine of $500.
I concur, and I have a major issue with your management skill set.
Okay,
Excuse me. The young ladies came up to the bar to try to get a drink, didn't have proper identification. Now, you are aware that you have underage individuals in your bar who's trying to get a drink. Then later, somebody comes up and get a drink, and they could have purchased that drink for one of those underage individuals. But you are charged with monitoring your location. You know they're trying to get drinks. If it's a one-man show, you're a few employees short. And you have to be aware that there are some possibilities that someone will do something that's against the liquor law. The policies that are set by your establishment, naming the age of a person who can receive alcoholic beverages. You have to be aware of that. You gotta walk your floor and monitor to make sure. You gotta come up with a better way of looking out for those underage drinkers. That neighborhood is my neighborhood. I do some things in that neighborhood. I didn't know this was going on, but now I am aware. I'm in that neighborhood. I suggest that you take good care of your establishment once you get back, and maybe reinvent how you operate in that establishment. I concur with you, both ends.
So I concur as well, and I just want to sort of speak to the testimony from Detective Maglia and amplify it a little bit. He is with Loyola University, and Loyola University stands in what we call in loco parentis for their students. If something happens to their students while they are in college, they are responsible for that, and they have essentially the parental role. Colleges are more and more aggressive in making sure that they do everything they can to make sure that their students are safe, because they have to do these things called a Clery report that reports all sorts of problems that happen that involve their students. If students are walking from campus, they're walking up York Road, they're drinking, and they're underage, they're inebriated, they're walking back. If something should happen, the college has a very, very difficult job in, first of all, calling parents. And we all, I think, understand that there is a real problem with drinking establishments on the York Road corridor that are they have a practice and a pattern of supplying liquor to underage students. And yours is one of them. And I will say, in the short time that we've been on the liquor board, or maybe it seems like a long time now, we've had cases of underage drinking, but usually it's one person who has been served a drink, or in fact, it's only been one. Never has there been a case where there were 12 people in an establishment without ID, none of whom are of an age to drink alcohol. So that, to me, is not a one-off, it's not a oops, it's not an accident. That is a pattern and practice that you all that Bosphorus has engaged in, and it's frightening, because all the students know that if they want to drink and they're not of age, they know to go to you. And that is exactly what they did. Now, you say that you've made a change. You did that 2 weeks ago.
We did change, and we are like so sure for that.
And unfortunately, I don't know if you've heard of this saying, "A day late and $1 short." You're a day late and $1 short in making those changes, because we're here to address what happened some time ago, back in October. So I concur with the finding of responsibility, and I concur with the fine, with the
How much
penalty.
time do you need to pay $500?
I can pay a month.
1 month. You have 1 month to pay. All right, we'll stand adjournment.
Close today.
Close today.
You go right over here, and she'll make arrangements for you.
Then
We'll
it
close
pick-
today. You pick up your license today. Somebody's going out right now to pick up your license.
Yeah.
Yes.
So are we closing the bar and restaurant?
1 month.
You don't have a liquor license, so you're.
Can we open the kitchen?
The restaurant.